The Food Processing Committee meeting that was convened earlier this morning has just concluded, and the distinguished think tanks are joining us, and we await the arrival of two more to welcome the distinguished members on the dais. And ladies and gentlemen, as I now invite the distinguished dignitaries to grace the dais, I'll request you all to please extend a truly welcoming round of applause to all of them. It is an absolute honor to have amidst us Shri Devesh Deval, ladies and gentlemen, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, gracing this momentous event. Request you to please grace the dais with your presence, sir. A very warm and hearty welcome. Extending a very warm welcome to Mr. Rajesh Srivastava, ladies and gentlemen, the Chairman, Travis Advisors. Extending a warm welcome to Mr. Manish Tiwari, the Co-Chairman, CII National Committee on Food Processing Industries and the Chairman and Managing Director, Nestle India Limited. Welcome, sir. A very warm welcome to Mr. Rajneet Kohli, the Chairman, CII National Food Processing Conclave 2026 and the Executive Director, Foods, Hindustan Unilever Limited. A very warm welcome to none other but Ms. Kaveri Ganguly, the Principal Lead, CII FACE. Namaskar. Distinguished dignitaries, erudite policymakers, industry leaders, our global partners, entrepreneurs, friends from media, the veterans of the food processing ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen. It truly is our utmost honor and delight to extend a very warm and hearty welcome to each and every distinguished member present with us this morning on behalf of the Confederation of Indian Industry to the CII International Food Processing Conclave 2026, India's food processing frontier, fueling growth, advancing opportunity. It has, yes, we'd welcome that. We'll not refrain that. Thank you. It has been wisely phrased that without food processing, abundance would still mean hunger. Ladies and gentlemen, whether we call it a tradition that has been channelized through technology or a promising pathway to prosperity, unexaggeratingly, food processing is the story of human progress. And today marks a crucial juncture in this journey, as this conclave brings together stalwarts and leaders from across government and industry, and from across the domains of technology, finance, and research to deliberate and decode how to unlock India's next phase of growth in food processing. One that is inclusive, innovation-led, globally competitive, and sustainable. And the presence of such erudite persona and leaders amidst us is certainly assuring that how promising this conclave is going to be. So with those words, to set the context and to formally mark open this international conclave, may I please request Mr. Manish Tiwari, the co-chairman, CII National Committee on Food Processing Industries, the chairman and managing director, Nestle India Limited, to kindly make his opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, on this cold, foggy Delhi morning. Good morning to all the guests over here, my industry colleagues, policymakers, and friends. It's an honor to address you today on a theme that is at the heart of India's economic transformation: the Indian food processing frontier, fueling growth and advancing opportunities, a topic that straddles everything across agrarian as well as industrial aspirations of what we want to be a Viksit Bharat. This theme could not have come at a more opportune moment. The food processing sector today stands at a very defining moment in terms of its contribution to India's growth story, one that goes well beyond business outcomes and directly and disproportionately impacts livelihoods, nutrition, sustainability, and subsequently the progress of India as a country. I believe that we as a nation today are uniquely poised to unlock the next phase of growth in this country led by food processing. We are one of the largest producers of several agri-commodities. Add to it the fact that our supply chains are becoming more and more sophisticated, and we have a strong policy focus and a growing consumer base that values quality, safety, and nutrition. And you will realize that as a nation, it's an awesome position for all of us to be in. As a sector, we've been working tirelessly to unleash the full potential of food processing. We are consistently trying to add value to agricultural produce, reduce wastage, improve efficiency, and build systems that aim to create a truly global standard in the Indian food processing industry. But when you think of the next phase of growth, I would urge you not to just think of metros and megacities. What makes this opportunity very exciting and more meaningful, at least for me personally, is its ability to create a widespread social impact, particularly in rural India. Food processing is one of those few sectors that directly connects the farmer to the factories and then to the families. I was born in what was undivided Bihar, and something which I grew up with, and I'm sure a lot of you know about it, especially it's the favorite food of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, makhana. Makhana was something I grew up with, an everyday affair. But as I traveled outside the state, even the country, at that point of time, I realized that the world didn't know much about this gem of a cereal. Low calorie, high fiber, rich in antioxidants, protein, calcium, magnesium, and potassium, and having a very low glycemic index. Truly a superfood. Fast forward a few decades, and you can see how it has become the talk of the town. It has been made possible by strengthening backward linkages with farmers, encouraging aggregation, and supporting local entrepreneurship. Makhana, or foxnuts as it is now called, is just one of those many shining examples which have come from the Indian agrarian sector. We can open doors to better incomes, skill development, and employment for millions. For rural communities, this is not just about growth. It is also about dignity, resilience, and a long-term opportunity to contribute to Viksit Bharat. I come from a company which has been around in this country for more than 113 years. And I say this with all humility, but a lot of conviction that we, All the companies which are represented here, which have been operating in this industry, we all carry a shared responsibility. We must continue to act responsibly, work together as a sector to strengthen not only the companies we operate in or the sectors we operate in, but to strengthen the entire food processing ecosystem. And we would do this through investments in modern infrastructure, adherence to the highest food safety and quality standards, responsible sourcing, and sustainable practices that protect both people and the planet. I truly believe that growth must be accompanied with trust, and we can only win the trust of our consumers when we protect their interests. Needless to say, collaboration between industry, government, and institutions will remain central to creating an environment where innovation thrives and consumer always comes first. Equally important is how we engage with society at large. In an age of instant information and strong opinions, it is vital that we move away from sensationalism and towards understanding. Food is deeply personal, deeply cultural and emotional. Conversations around it deserve nuance and scientific rigor. As a part of this industry and as a responsible stakeholder, I'll encourage you and everyone else to make informed choices. We would continue to build and strengthen transparency and maintain a balanced dialogue about what people eat, how food is made, and the standards that govern it. To end this note, I would say our food processing industry is not just about scale or speed. It is about a shared purpose of deepening food security and ensuring lesser wastage of food while ensuring that our annadata gets their due. It is about aligning growth with opportunity, efficiency with empathy, and innovation with responsibility. If we continue to work together, this sector, I strongly believe, can play a defining role in building a healthier and a more prosperous India. And as we say in Nestle, good food is all about good life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for infusing the right tone and for setting us and for bringing us all together by once again surfacing and highlighting the shared vision that brings us all together. Yes, within the regions of our nation, but I'm sure your power, the power of the think tanks, does bring in solutions that transcend beyond the boundaries of our nation, bringing India at the global platform. Ladies and gentlemen, talking now, we are delighted to be embracing the reflections from one of the most powerful voices from the industry. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rajesh Srivastava, the chairman of the Pravis Advisors, for the theme address.
Good morning, all of you. Mr. Devesh Deval, Mr. Manish Tiwari, Mr. Rajdeep Kohli, Kaveri, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here today, once again, talking on a subject which is very close to my heart as well, which is food processing. So on behalf of my organization, which is now Pravis Advisors, which is a continuation of my 26 years in Rabobank, I must do the same. Just to quickly tell you, Pravis is a consulting organization. We do investment banking. We also do asset management to getting into private equity, but everything focused only on agribusiness, which includes, of course, food processing. So I'm on a very compelling subject today, and I've been part of the National Committee on Food Processing for I don't know how many years, but CII and we partner a lot on many things, and I'm very honored to be the knowledge partner, Pravis's knowledge partner for today's event. And in a few minutes from now, I guess we'll be releasing a report which we jointly done, CII and Pravis, which hopefully will bring to you some new insights into the sector. So continuing, and I'm an investment banker for maybe 4 decades or so. Um, as a supplement to what the industry champions would say today and have been saying this morning at the National Committee meeting as well, let me give you a little bit of a banker's perspective on how I see the sector evolving. First of all, we have about 27 odd subsectors in food processing which we track, and each one is growing in phenomenally well. On an average, the sector has been growing at about 8-9% CAGR in the last 5-7 years. Our prediction is that we will grow at the same pace, if not more, which is collectively all sectors put together at the same rate going forward. Now, here is the thing. Today, the sector is approximately $500 billion. That's what we value it as. And don't forget that half of what we do in India is informal. So if you add that, I have no statistics to back it up, but if you add it up, then we are much more than what is seen on the table. If $500 billion was also to be just true, and you grow at about 8, 9, 10%, you're talking about $40 billion a year growth in the sector, which is huge. I don't think you'll find many more sectors in the country which will grow at this pace. But that also has its own challenges, and I'll come to it in a minute. What I see is that going forward, there'll be a lot of formalization of the sector, which is very good for all of us, from all standards, traceability, safety, hygiene, all of that. From our point of view, as we go into consolidation, and we see a lot of inbound investment opportunities, we know that there are companies sitting overseas which are on the fence sometimes and trying to find good opportunities of entering India. This is the time. So as Mr. Tiwari said in the opening comments as well, that we are at a very inflection point, actually speaking. And if we do things right, and lots of things, all of us have to contribute, obviously, including my own fraternity, which is banking, to make this happen. But if it were to happen, then we are sitting on a gold mine, not me, but all the companies which are, kind of looking at India, which are going to consolidate here. So we're going to see a lot of scaling up happening in the country by mergers, acquisitions, consolidation, and, joint ventures in this sector, because you don't find many sectors growing at 8, 9, 10% CAGR, projected to grow like this in the next 5-7 years. So I think that's one. The second thing is that we are becoming really home for very nutrient-dense and climate-resistant foods or superfoods, which is what also will be discussed today in this conference. And not many countries can boast of that. We have so much of natural resources in abundance. So if you look at nutraceuticals, for instance, the feedstock is largely in countries like India, and we are huge in it. So we have somewhere got to do things right, as I say, put all the ducks in a row and harvest the potential clearly. The third thing which is there is that, like other countries, India is also moving decisively towards health, sustainability, scalability. These are the things which we are not to be missed. So anybody setting up business trying to grow will have to keep this in mind. There's no longer buzzwords. They are attributes which can be monetized very well. The other thing is that we need to put some enabling sectors, enabling things which are partly government, partly private, sometimes PPP. Packaging has to evolve, storage, logistics, services, so perishability, food security. I mean, logically, if you were to do just increase your shelf life by a couple of months, do some, very innovative packaging. Imagine the kind of profitability which will add to your bottom line. The fourth thing is the technology, which has to be the disruptive thing in the country, like any other sector. And if you were to, and India, we are in a very peculiar position. We are about 12, 13 million people. We have to produce more food. The consumerism is at its all-time peak. And the way we are changing, I think the nature of food also has to adapt accordingly. If that were to be the case, then productivity will be a challenge which has to be only met or largely met through disruptive technology. So that technology, bringing it, adapting to it, is also going to be one of the things which we need to do. Last but not the least is access to capital. And I've been saying it, and we all know that availability of capital, affordability of capital for this sector is absolutely critical. Last count, we have about $20–25 billion of credit gap in the country for this sector. Not more, not many bankers accept it, but Mr. Deval, I think it's good for you to know that food processing sector is starved of capital. We need that, and that too at the right price. That's also important. You should not, we've been far too long living under the shadows of agriculture per se. We need to also distinguish. $500–600 billion sector should have its own place under the sun. That's important. So lots of things which I think we'll come to. And, if you add $40–50 billion worth of, sector value every year, then you need, how much of capital? You need about $10–15 billion of working capital incrementally, and need equal amount of capex to fund. Then only you can grow this kind of, achieve this kind of growth. I think I would also like to mention this stage, especially for you, Mr. Deval, that, CII and we've been working on a concept of building up a national bank of food processing, which is on the lines of NABARD, which it does for agriculture. It's been talked to your ministry for a very long time. It's something which somebody has to champion in the ministry, and I'm ready to push it jointly with CII and to make it happen. We all have the bells and whistles ready for that, but somebody's got to champion it for the ministry. I think it's the need of the hour. You need to ensure that you get the fraternity, the banking, lending community, investing community moving to this direction. So we can discuss more about it. So that is what I wanted to bring to the table, a little bit of a different perspective. But thank you, and wish you all a very, very fruitful day today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for those truly thoughtful reflections. And I believe you've already laid a lot of food for thought on the platter to begin with. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we arrive at the juncture of the release of a very pertinent document. This is the CII Pravis Report on Food Processing. And to do the honors of releasing this document, may I please request Shri Devesh Deval, the Joint Secretary, to kindly do the honors of unfurling and marking this pivotal report released. Ladies and gentlemen, this report captures key insights, trends, and opportunities shaping the food processing sector. Thank you very much. And it is absolutely my proud privilege to now invite a noted and a regarded IAS officer, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Devesh Deval, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries. We are earnestly looking forward to embracing your pearls of wisdom, sir. Kindly guide us forward.
Shri Manish Tiwari ji, Shri Rajneet Kohli ji, Shri Srivastav ji, Ms. Kaveri from CII, distinguished leaders from the industry, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to all of you. First of all, compliments to CII for organizing this conclave, and I'm grateful for this opportunity that I'm also part of it, and I'm in the midst of you. We had the CEO roundtable just preceding this session, and that was a lot of good interaction, meeting up with the leaders from the industry. And now again we have sessions, I think, so it's a very good opportunity to have all the leaders come together. We have the Provis group releasing this booklet. I'm very, very keen to go through this booklet now. What are the suggestions for the sector? That will be very a good roadmap for us in the ministry to take us forward. So, this conclave, it's a very important opportunity when all of us can come together. We all work in our individual capacities, no? But we are so bogged down with our own works that we sometimes, not have the time and the inclination to see at the larger picture. But we need always, all of us, a timely reminder that, it is a sector that is more important than all of us. And we need to see what are the issues, where we are headed, what we need to do. And it's not, one person or one component or department or, organization can do it. Being an industry department, it has to be a collective effort from all of us. So it's very important that we keep having such kind of, regular thought-provoking sessions where we come together and delineate what is the course of action for us in the foreseeable future. So that way, I think it's a very important opportunity. I'll also look forward, I'm just also happy to inform that in the ministry, we are organizing a Chintan Shivir. That's on this coming Monday and Tuesday at Udaipur. We have requested all the commerce chambers, including CII, and also the industry associations to come and participate in that program that we are organizing at Udaipur. I know it's a very short notice now, but those of you who are interested to come, please do let us know. I mean, we'll be happy to share in person and invite with you also. And otherwise, also, I'm sure that through the CII and other bodies, we would have participation at the event. But whatever is the outcome today, when we have such eminent gathering and throughout the day a lot of discussion would happen, I would really request CII authorities that the deliberations and the outcomes of today's discussion, they should be raised at that platform, because that would have representation from entire sector. All our ministry would be there. We are inviting around 15 ministries in central government, all those connected with us, they will be there. All the state governments will be there, the industries or the food processing department or sometimes the agriculture department. And of course, industry we are inviting. So under one roof, we'll have all the three major players, the central government, the state government and the industry. So it's my request that, actionable points from this discussion and the previous ones also, we raise them at that platform that will become part of our document, and we really hope that we take it forward in the coming year or so, that we can take action on that. So that again is my request from my side. Friends, if I speak from ministry's point of view, I mean, there are two roles broadly that I can say that we do in the ministry. One is the planning and development and assistance. So that is through schemes that we have. You are all familiar. The Ministry of Food Processing has, PLI scheme that is for the, the more branded and the export-oriented units. It is linked to catalyzing investment and meeting, export targets, marketing, sales target also. That is to build the brand India, to build capacities, to build employment. We have PM-KSY, which is to build modern infrastructure to, look after the post-harvest scenario end-to-end, whatever is the requirement in terms of infrastructure, we provide that. And then we have a PMFME scheme, which is the formalization of micro-enterprises, which is aimed at helping the small enterprises, micro-enterprises, and that scheme I look after directly also. So this caters to the entire spectrum of the industry. That is the development role that we play in the ministry. We love to do much better, and I think we have lots of plans, because in the next financial year, the new finance cycle is starting. So all of us are working on how do we, fine-tune and further improve our schemes so we can deliver better. So that's happening. PLI, of course, is a whole of government kind of a scheme. It is not linked to our ministry alone. We are one of the participating ministries, so that is it's a separate decision that would happen. Other than this planning and assistance role, I think the role for us is that of, policy making. Not directly again, because the regulator happens to be FSSAI. So we work very closely with FSSAI, and that is the primary regulator. And also, with the ministries, for example, commerce or agriculture or finance ministry, there are so many issues. So there again, I think we see role for the ministry as in terms of an advocacy. How do we plan for the sector? That role we play. So we discuss in the CEO roundtable also that we love to have close interaction with you, so we know what are the issues and then we take it forward. Srivastav ji mentioned about the credit needs. I think I totally endorse and agree with that. We are in discussion with NABARD, and I think we are going with shortly going to launch a refinance scheme. So that I think we have close to 1,000 crores available. That fund is there, so that will start. But I look forward to the paper that you have prepared, and we'll have discussion. If anything new schemes needs to be started, that also will be very happy to do that. So on the ministry side, I mean, I would request that, we need to identify what are the critical issues that we need to look after. There could be, so many issues at individual level. But as a sector, we need to consolidate them. We need to, set our priorities right, and then, escalate and hopefully move on those quick decisions. That is what I would suggest. We also discussed about, in this session about the perception that the ministry has. So when you talk of food processing, generally somehow, despite, everything going for it, we have huge population, it's a fact of life, there's no food security without food processing, right? And how much is it that we eat as a raw food? Everything is processed, right? But the sector does not seem to get its due credit. So that also is something that we all need to work together on. How do we balance this perception? And that again, I think we all need to come together and work on that. There, I wouldn't, maybe I'm a newcomer to the sector, but my request to the industry would be that, we also need to focus on, improving the quality and the nutrition side of the food, because ultimately food is nutrition, it is for nourishment. So we also need to look inwards and see, how the industry can, respond better to this claim that, if it is not healthy, if it is not seen as healthy, or it is actually not healthy, what can we do to make the, the products that we are coming out with more healthy and, more nutritious? That will be one, because when you talk to people outside, I'm talking of a very common layman, this is the common thing we hear from all of them, that, that it is unhealthy, it is not, how does it promote health? So that is one area that we all need to sit together and discuss. That is something which is a very basic, fundamental kind of an issue. It may get overlooked easily, but I think we need to pay some attention to it. So, I mean, how do we promote standard and good quality of products is one thing that we'll look forward to. In that context, I would like to mention, I'm little that I've seen, I'm really amazed at the innovation that is happening, the proliferation of, the new items that we see, and the few events that I've attended, so many things are coming up, because I think it's all linked to, we all, very careful nowadays with our health. Everybody wants that, we invest in health, and that is why the products that are coming up, they all have that underlying theme that, they should be aiding your health, basically. So that way, I think we should continue with that innovation that is happening, the strong culture that we have, and we should keep, lead the, nations in when it comes to providing safe, affordable, and nutritious food. Food fortification is also one issue that we had, discussed. Again, there is no parent ministry, so to say, for food fortification. FSSAI regulations are, of course, there, but again, it is part of the, government schemes. For example, so Department of Public Distribution, when they distribute rice under our PDS system, they give fortified rice, and other items they are fortifying. School education, when they serve midday meals, they also do this. But it's more like a scheme kind of a thing. There's no parental department. So anyways, if there is some, there is some regulatory space available, if there is something that we need to do, and that is an emerging area, I think there's a session also today on that. That also will await the outcome. So we'll have some, greater understanding what we can do in that particular area. In ministry, we're also trying to reach out to the food and beverage sector. I think that also has been not, properly attended to in the ministry. We are just limiting ourselves to the industries, which is very good. But I think ultimately food and beverage sector is part of, our, it's a full continuum basically. And we, especially when we see in the context of how do we promote exports of our processed food, I think it's also closely linked to how do we promote Indian cuisine, and especially our beverages also. So that again, we are trying in the ministry that, as a strategy to promote exports from India, we also want to leverage our Indian cuisine and, build some campaign and some branding around that. Again, we'll be very happy to associate with the industry on this. I'll also like to share that, you are aware that the ministry organizes World Food India. I think now it's a decision that it will be held biennially from now on. So in 26, we'll not be organizing World Food India. It will be next year only. But in place of World Food India, we'll be having 4 regional events. So that I think the ministry is working on that. We'll be coming out with the details shortly. The first one we may expect somewhere in April, May maybe. So there again, it's a good opportunity for industry, because we'll have 4 regional editions, smaller ones, but it will be full-fledged, and we can have more focus on the regional issues and the regional industry, for example. So that time also we'll let you know in time. And we can work, we can, because 4 gives you the flexibility to have special focus areas. In 1 edition, it's not possible to do that, but 4 editions, it is possible to, give a special theme and thematic areas we can pick up. Geography, of course, would be decided, of course. So that is another opportunity where, as industry and ministry, we can come together and plan nicely so that, over this 4 events that we have and where we have international participation, the entire industry and the states are there. There again, it takes this sector forward. That also is one area that I think we would love to work together. Other than that, I think what comes to my mind in terms of priority and where I again seek cooperation from industry is in skilling initiative. It's my limited experience that skilling something is a very, very easy to understand but very difficult to implement concept. We talk a lot about skilling, but in my experience is that's very difficult to get things to tie up together. It does not happen so easily. So coming to our sector, we would want that because some of the feedback had come that, the people who joined the industry, they are not properly trained and they need to be, given more skills, practical skills, so to say. We are very willing to do that. In fact, we just thought that at least, if it doesn't work out at the larger level, let us do a pilot only. So we are in touch with 1 or 2 good industry from the sector. We have 2 NIFTEMs with us. We have offered that we'll offer free services if it's a residential program also and short-term training because long-term again will not work out, because you will not be able to spare your people for so long. 2 weeks to 4 weeks to 6 weeks, for example. We can have such training programs. I really, exhort the industry here that please, if you feel that it's a felt need, that if we are lacking in terms of skill of our manpower, we will be really happy and keen to do that because, as I said, it's one area that we do not seem to have made much progress despite the best of intentions. So let us know. There are ministries and Government of India. We'll work with them. Funding also we'll try to arrange. But we need to make this model work. So we are in touch with Fixie. NIFTEM has offered. Whether at entry level or those who are already working, if you need some kind of a training, it could be hybrid model also. We have the expert available in NIFTEMs. We have the facilities. They are full-fledged institutions. They are institution national importance. We would love to associate and, do this model so that in times to come, once it takes off, then easily we can scale it up. That's not an issue really. Fixie is dedicated agency for this. We can do that. We also have under our PMFM scheme close to some 80 incubation centers spread throughout the country. And all of these incubation centers typically have 3 or 4 or maximum 5 processing lines. So depending on what is the, what is the strength of that area, whatever is grown there, they would have such kind of processing line available. For example, it's in Western Rajasthan, they would have something on ESAB gold, for example, right? Or on Jeera or that kind of processing. So the idea again is that we have those facilities available. We run them on O&M, private O&M basis. Again, I'll invite industry. We can have a detailed discussion on that. Those are available throughout the country. We can utilize those facilities as the anchor for hand-holding training for the enterprises and for skill training also. We can leverage those kind of facilities available. So I think these are some of the things where we all can work together. Lastly, I think I'll say we are also working closely on alcohol sector. We have come out with labeling regulations. Right now, the focus mostly on exports only, but also we'll like to work on the domestic issues also. There again, if CII takes the lead, we'll be very happy because that again is one of the sectors where India has a lot of potential to do well because of cultural reasons. Perhaps we don't focus so much on it, but if you see in terms of the global demand, I think alcohol beverage is one area where the country can do really well. So that again is one area where I would seek those of you who are from that industry, we can work together. And Lastly, before I conclude, I'll also say that we are also organizing a PMFME conclave in Delhi in February. That is in third week of Feb. I think I will request CII, will work together because that program is for micro enterprises. They come from small Mofussil towns of India, but I have seen them in World Food India. Some of them are doing really well. They are also full of ideas. The scale is the issue. They are at a very small level, they're working, but they are good. The products are very good. They are minimally processed. The packaging is good. A lot of support we provide them. So they are also like coming of age. So I would want that, in that 2-day session that we are organizing in India Habitat Center, we also have some kind of an industry connect. I think just like what happened in Indus Food, Vivek Chandraji was there leading that Bharti initiative, APIDA, where you are mentoring those startups. I think something of that sort we can do for our beneficiaries also. So they can learn from the industry leaders and, then the entire chain gets, kind of pulled up in the right direction. So I think these are some of the thoughts that I wanted to share. Now once again, I'll thank CII for this opportunity, and I'll again look forward that we continue with this dialogue and let us have a very concrete plan of what we want to do, and then let us all work together. And my best wishes for very good deliberations, and thank you once again.
Our gratitude abound to you, sir, for your truly enriching and enlightening words of wisdom. I'm sure they shall stay with us and go a long way to guide us, not just today, but for the times ahead. Thank you so much. And now, to draw on reflections from one of the most powerful voices from the industry, it is my pleasure to now invite Mr. Rajneet Kohli, the Chairman, CII National Food Processing Conclave 2026, and the Executive Director, Foods, Hindustan Unilever Limited, to please address the August House.
Good morning, everyone. Can I get a warm morning back again? Good morning. That's much better. Shri Devesh Singh Devalji, Manish Tiwari, Rajesh Srivastav, Kaveri ji, it's an absolute pleasure, distinguished friends from the industry and friends from media as well. It's an absolute pleasure to deliver the concluding remarks and the proposal for vote of thanks for the National Food Processing Conclave today. At the outset, I would like to say that, it's a sincere thanks to Shri Devesh yourself. It doesn't seem that you knew. It's very, very refreshing to hear you. We just concluded a CEO roundtable with him, and already so much of work that's happening. It's very, enlightening to see that there's so much work and passion for the food processing work that's happening. It's front of the label, I heard you. There's work that he has already come up with, busting the myths on the food, ultra foods. There's work that's happening on skilling. So there's so much of work that's happening that, we really sincere thanks to you for the time that you've taken up this morning and addressing the inaugural session. We genuinely want to acknowledge the government's clear and forward-looking vision of the sector and grateful for the ministry for the continued support. Sir, it's indeed an honor that the members of the CII had a great time interacting with you, and you opened the doors. I mean, you've come across very welcoming and open, and you're here to facilitate in terms of inputs from us. Your passion and commitment has catalyzed Indian food processing story and greatly encouraged investors. Your views and suggestions have contributed tremendously to today's conclave theme, which is India's food processing frontier, fueling growth and advancing opportunity. Last year, we had an amazing opportunity with the Prime Minister of the country, who kind of set us when he was addressing the World Food India Forum. And he says, why can't we have India food on the world plate? I mean, to me, that's the clarion call that all of us from the food processing sector should work on, with products like Manish mentioned, whether it's makhanas, whether it's moringa, whether it's ashwagandha, whether it's turmeric. What are we doing as industry to really take this forward? So I think on behalf of all present, I express really collective gratitude that we want to really take this forward and encourage everyone to take this to India food processing tech to the global. I mean, how can we kind of fulfill the Prime Minister's vision of taking Indian food to every world plate? That's the way I look at it. So I think it's clearly defining that the moment for India's food processing industry is not just about what we heard today, is not about just being incremental. how can we really be transformational? And that would require a lot from us as industry, a lot from industry coming along with the ministry, the FSI, all of us working together to really break open the doors to the world. And for that to happen, the choices that we make today in terms of whether it's the policies, the investments, the capital that you talked about, the infrastructure, will really determine the way the future, how we can capture the opportunity going forward. This inaugural session has set the tone for a very strong and strategic for the conclave going forward. It has reinforced the ideas that food processing is very central to in India's economic growth and rural transformation. I was just chatting on the sidelines with Sri Devesh that, Indians, we don't work only from here, we work 1.5 feet down from here from the heart. And actually the work that really fuels us is another 1.5 feet down is the stomach, and that's where such an important part the food plays in our own daily lives. And as the world, if we don't work on that, our kids today, and I have a teenage kid, they think that food is actually comes from Swiggy and Zomato and not actually there in the field. So it's really up to us how we kind of make that big difference going forward. We'd also like to really thank the Ministry of Food Processing, MOFPI, Sri Chirag Paswan, under his leadership, there's a lot of work that's happening there. The Food and Safety Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, and the Agriculture and Processed Food Products Exports Development Authority, APIDA. And I would also mention the CII, which always brings us all together in this forum, which plays a really pivotal role in strengthening the safety standards, the quality, exports, and global market access to the Indian food products. I would like to also take this opportunity to thank and acknowledge the support of Mr. Rajesh Srivastav. I think the book, what you revealed today is really enlightening. We're going to spend time reading it, take it to our colleagues and take this forward, because it really sets the, in an analytical way of what are our opportunities going forward, and really thank you for your valuable support in the sector. I must really extend my sincere thanks to industry leaders, entrepreneurs who are all here. We are raising some really real issues which we face, and the ministry here was very kind to hear us, and they've kind of told us that they're going to really take this forward. And also, of course, a special thanks to always to our sponsors who've always been there to support, and the media that always carries this dialogue forward. With a strong foundation laid today, I'm confident that the discussions over the coming sessions will help us shape more competitive, inclusive, and future-ready food processing ecosystem for India. As the saying goes in HUL, what is good for India is good for HUL. I'm sure all of us embrace that. And with that, thank you all, and I wish you a really highly productive conclave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that truly energized and warm remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a moment more to uphold the tradition of Atithi Satkar as per our traditions. And may I please request Mr. Manish Tiwari to kindly do the honors of felicitating Shri Devesh Deval, sir, with a token of our sincere gratitude to express our gesture of gratitude for your gracious presence, sir, amidst us this morning, for guiding us, for taking this baton forward towards solidifying the food processing ecosystem. And a green token also awaits. Many, many felicitations. Also requesting you, sir, to kindly do the honors of felicitating Mr. Rajesh Srivastava. Ladies and gentlemen, all the distinguished intellects and requesting you to kindly do the honors of felicitating Mr. Rajneet Kohli. Thank you very much, sir. And may I now request Ms. Kaveri Ganguly to kindly do the honors of felicitating Mr. Manish Tiwari. Thank you very much. A group photo op here, if we may please request all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais, as we now conclude the proceedings of the inaugural session. And I cannot refrain from sharing these very powerful words with you all. We did not come this far. Ladies and gentlemen, we did not come this far to only come this far. With that, we thank all our distinguished guests and dignitaries for marking this inaugural, extremely epoch-making one. Thank you so much. We straight away deep dive into our first plenary session for the day, certainly after that round of applause to extend our gratitude to all the guests on the dais. Thank you very much. And may I request you all to kindly remain seated, because we are right away beginning with our first plenary session, which is on business, investment and technology adoption. And we have with us a truly eminent panel to steer and take forward this session. So just a few minutes to get the dais transitioned to welcoming this exalted panel. We request you all to kindly remain on your seats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and we are all ready to now unfurl the first panel discussion proceedings to you all. And while we've already heard him, it is my utmost honor to once again invite Mr. Rajesh Srivastav, the Chairman, Travis Advisors, who's going to be moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, a persona, an erudite one with over 45 years as an investment banker, a scholar, an economist, a scholar of law. He's got many feathers in his hat. And if I may just culminate them all to one word, it could be probably a persona with a Midas touch. Because when we talk of finances and numbers, who better than him to be moderating and taking forth this session? A very warm welcome to you, sir. And we have with us an extremely eminent panel of members to take forth deliberations. And it is my honor to once again invite on dais Mr. Rajneet Kohli, the Chairman, CII National Food Processing Conclave 2026, the Executive Director, Foods, Hindustan Unilever Limited. Very warm welcome once again, sir. Inviting very warmly on the dais Mr. Mayank Jalan, ladies and gentlemen, the Chairman and Managing Director, Keventa Agro Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Very warmly welcoming on the dais now Mr. Vivek Chandra, the Chief Executive Officer, LT Foods. Absolutely delighted to have you this morning with us, sir. And please put your hands together with some energy as we now welcome Dr. Jimon Kora, ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Director and the Chief Executive Officer of Mankancor Ingredients Private Limited. A warm welcome to you, sir. And finally, welcoming Mr. Pankaj Jain, the partner, Ernst & Young. Ladies and gentlemen, amidst your resounding round of applause, welcoming the eminent panelists and requesting our esteemed session moderator to kindly take forth the session proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And once again, very warm welcome, or shall I say, on a cold morning, a warm welcome to this session. I'm so glad to hear in good numbers, because the weather really outside is very cold, very, what should I say, foggy. So I think it's really very humbling that I have so many of these stalwarts sitting here beside me, and I would really not know what to say myself, actually. It would much rather come from all of you. Very seldom you meet people with such long experience, diversity, talking about a subject which I'm sure is so dear to all of you, which is food processing. I think the way I would want this to flow is that, in no particular order, is that we let each one speak for himself a little bit about what you're doing in a few minutes. And maybe I'll just drop a leading question, which could, set the tone. I think we're discussing 2 or 3 things which are the subject of this session, which is the ease of doing business, which is about technology and about investments. So let's keep it to the session theme. That's the best to do. Otherwise, we all can speak on food processing for long hours, but that's not the intent. So maybe what we should do is start with you, Rajneet, rightfully, and talk to you. Obviously, who doesn't know HUL? So one would know that you've been here for so many decades, actually, in India, and so much of good work has gone through HUL, and some household products, everybody consumes every day. So I think best to start with you, and maybe just one quick question to you is that, we all have been talking about India being the future global hub and food basket of the world. That's the phrase which is being used so, commonly. But, for this to happen in the next decade, next 5 years, obviously, as I said, lots of ducks have to be put in a row. So what must change now to really garner that kind of investment, which is, and I spelled out, very rough math I did, right? How much of money you need really for this sector. So what, in your view, should be done to make this, realize this vision?
Thank you, Rajesh. And quick introduction, as you said, we're going to start with some bit of introduction, what I do. And so I have a really good privilege of leading some phenomenal brands for Hindustan Unilever. We are a 1.5 billion young company, I would say. It's just getting euros where we've started. And we have some amazing brands which have been nurtured over the years. And I always say that we stand tall because we stand on the shoulders of the giants who walked before us. Are the brands like Red Label, Taza, Taj, Lipton. These are the kind of brands that we have run in the tea business. In the South, we have a very strong brand in coffee, which is Brew Coffee. So that's one part of the business. Other business, we are actually the nutrition company, original of India, with Horlicks and Boost. And of course, the largest purchaser and processor of tomatoes in India with Kisan, Ketchup, and Nor-Hillman. So it's illustrious brands. And as I said, I have a privilege and honor of kind of nurturing those brands in India. What's heartening and good for to know is that I always believe that we're a 100 years young company, not an old company. We've got to keep in reinventing ourselves, and that's the role we play in the industry. To your point, how do you kind of make a difference of what can unlock, and we talked about this morning in terms of what's the unlock that we require as a country to really fulfill the vision of our Prime Minister, who said, why can't we take Indian food to the global world plate? I mean, that got me thinking and shocking. And I had 3 points in mind, but after hearing Devesh, this morning I'm going to add another one, which is three things that are in my mind, of course, is technology. Firstly, and then, of course, there is investments, there's policy, and the fourth one I'm adding is skilling, which you just mentioned in terms of we really need work on skilling. When I talk about technology, as companies and industries, we really need to invest behind it. I think we're underestimating the power of technology when I talk about having AI in our plants. Some of our plants, for example, have nano factories. We have AI in our plants in Sonipat plant where we're getting world recognition in terms of work that's happening. But it's just a start. Last year, I went to there's a big mecca for a food industry forum that happens in Germany for a week. All the industry, 1 week. It's 1 week. And I think why do you need to be in a convocation 1 week? Because that's where the entire industry, technology, lines, best on foods and beverages industries come in there and you see the technology at large. And you come back amazed of saying, oh my God, there's so much that you can do and bring to India. Because when we take not about taking food products to India, it has to be best in technology, which meets the European, US, all foods. When we go outside India, we say, wow, the quality of food is so good. Why not the Indian foods to that? For that to happen, we must get the best in class in terms of technology to be invested. The food safety, then we kind of talk about how can we kind of be able to detect end to end from a plant to the, to the retailer, to the consumer, how we're going to interact that. And therefore, AI and technology is going to play a vital role. And I think we underestimate that. We underestimate that because one thing that I came back and said, why don't we have this conviction in India? We are the largest, population and consuming nation, but why do we have to go all the way to Germany, spend a week to try to understand? So first, technology being number one. I think investment unlock, it goes without saying, all of us have to invest ahead of the curve. If really we're talking about not incremental but transformational, will require, and you mentioned that, and Devesh also mentioned that in terms of capital. And in that sense, I would really give credit to the MOFPI and the PLI schemes that, the government has said. I would encourage everybody in the industry to take lead in that, and some work more can be done on that. We'll really encourage industries like us to invest there. And of course, I'm not asking for policy changes in the past, because there are enough and more policies, but can we have stable policies that enable growth? Stable policies, ease of doing business, which we've been talking, the single window clearance have been talking about. But as you mentioned, Devesh, in the morning as well, of how the industry works with the regulators being different, there's Ministry of Health, there's food processing. We just do need a common forum from industry people where our issues are addressed, whether it's an MRL, whether it's a new packs that we're going to introduce. I think these will go a long way. Last, which I picked up from you, and I think we underestimate, is the skilling. The work as industry and the people that we need to work on skilling to take our really, skill of India to a different level. Then only we can really then knock the doors of the globe and say, Indian food is loved by everybody. How can we really find place from food processing sector in every fridge of the world? Is there Indian food or not? That should be our vision and destination. And I think these 4 things, if we work on it, we should be in a good place to be.
Yeah, I completely agree that we somehow probably not laying enough emphasis on skilling in our sector, because if you talk about productivity, it just can't happen without skilling as well, right? People have to be skilled to do whatever they're doing in a better way. So taking it forward, let me turn to Mayank. Mayank has been a long-standing friend and, of course, a colleague in CII as well. So, Rajneet has mentioned about this technology piece. Let's take it a little bit deeper down, and let's talk to you that how do you think, for large companies like HUL, like Nestle, or all of these, or even yours, it's probably easier, and first of all, where it is available, and secondly, that you can, make it happen in terms of adaptation or, of the technology, or adoption of technology. But when you go down to a little bit lower to tier 2 businesses, let's say SMEs and slightly bigger than that, how do you think they should be able to access better technologies in the world? And more importantly, what should happen to make them adopt it? That's not easy.
Well, I think it's a very, very great question, Rajesh. So I run a company called Keventer. We are based out of Calcutta. We are in FMCG, food, dairy, beverages, frozen food, ice cream, fresh food as well. I have been associated with CII for more than 2 decades in various capacities in the food processing sector now. and multiple policy changes and evolution of the sector is something that I've had the front row witness over the last 20 years, and we have come a long, long way. So just kind of delving a little deeper on, Rajeshji, what you said, and again, I'm seeing an evolution over the last 2 decades. There was 2 decades back, if for an MSME or an SME, access to technology was a challenge. Just for that person who is in Dindigal or Krishnagiri or in Baldwan, understanding what a modern cold store is like was not possible. For him, when a CII or a FICCI or a ICC organized a trip to Anuga, which was subsidized, and he could go there and see what technologies are available at Anuga Tech, his eyes opened up. But that era is gone now. You know, even if it is a person in the middle of some village in Nadia, in West Bengal, he has access to technology on his fingertips. He can actually just quickly on Google or AI or ChatGPT, you know, can just kind of put in that, hey, listen, I want to set up an ice cream manufacturing plant of 1,000 liters per hour. Can you tell me what the cost is? Can you tell me what machines are required? So the problem today that we are facing is not access to knowledge. That is at fingertips. But I think we are facing a deeper infrastructure issue. What we have done in the last 20 years as industry, as to be honest, and Mr. Deval is here, but please don't take it otherwise, is we have created assets and not value. We have in the past incentivized people for creating assets. You know, whether they created value was not our concern. We all know how many successful mega food parks are there today. Now, for example, a mega food park for an SME and an MSME player could have been the game changer. If that food park was designed not as a real estate game, but as something which provides common infrastructure, you know, reduces your capital cost, you know, gives access to SMEs to be able to rent out, hire, lease small parts of it for cold storage or for warehousing or for processing. You know, today we would have seen a totally different kind of infrastructure available. Access to technology is there, but access to capital is not there, like you said in your opening remarks. And it's not just about access to capital, but it's about access to quality capital. What do I mean by quality? All of us are in food processing. Every single year who we deal with banks, just to explain the bankers that we work in a seasonal industry. We work in an industry where our turnover of working capital will probably be only one rotation in a year, because if I'm working in mango will only be produced once. I have to pay the farmers and buy the mangoes that one time, and then to process it into mango pulp and sell it during the year to recover my capital. But banks don't understand that. The CMA data says that you have a revenue of 10 crores, so your working capital should be 1 crore requirement. When we talk about term loans from banks, is it available? Of course it is. Is it getting sanctioned? Yes, it is. What is it getting sanctioned on? 18-month moratorium, 5-year repayment. If a guy is setting up a food processing industry, he's not going to be able to repay that. It is not the quality of capital that he actually needs. Its gestation period for you to be able to recover is higher. And when that financial crunch is coming in, he's not expanding, he's not growing, he's trying to monetize, you know, and he's just trying to repay his loans. So I think if you ask me, technology is not a challenge anymore, Rajesh. You can go to anybody across the room and everybody would have the knowledge. The knowledge arbitrage for a company to do better has been eradicated. 20 years back, Keventer could have done better than XYZ because I knew I can import this machine from Sweden, I can automate my process, I can become more efficient. Now the arbitrage which is there of what is required, you know, for modernization, for technology, is the enabling infrastructure. Do we have connected infrastructure? We have created cold stores everywhere in the country. But are they connected? Does anyone know that if I want a cold store in Haryana in some village, to store potatoes which are going from Bengal. No, and it's so easy in today's day and age because everything can be at your fingertips. So the kind of technology that we need is integration, is a master level data where on the fingertips for an SME, he knows this is the cold store infrastructure that the country has. They might be private, they might be public. But if you want it, can we create an interface or an app or whatever that people know that this is where the cold stores are, this is where the warehouses are. These are where we have warehouse collateral managers that I can actually put in my produce there and against a warehouse receipt, get some loans. Do we have enabling connection for capital? I think those are the bigger challenges for SMEs and MSMEs, to be able to overcome. And people, MSMEs who are being able to overcome that, who have the connections or who have the bandwidth, are doing very well in our sector. But that's a small percentage of the whole subset.
Thanks, Mayank. I think you touched upon two very important topics. One of them is obviously the mega food park, Devesh, for you as well. And I've also seen that journey right from the time of its conception to now. And Mayank is absolutely right that we needed to do something better. Well, first of all, as I say, one is wiser in the hindsight. Notwithstanding that, I think we need to follow the practices of food parks in other parts of the world, the way they exist. I think somewhere, indeed, it has turned out into a real estate play than anything else. So we have to correct that. The second thing which you said, access to capital, and that's been, of course, my want as well for all these years. You are absolutely bang on, correct. This is what we need to do, that we need to correct that. That's the reason I was proposing this National Bank for Food Processing. You bankers just cannot assess food processing ventures or projects on the same principles as any other industry. It's largely seasonal. The way of assessment is different. You cannot treat it like that everything gets repaid in 5 years or that you need working capital or not more than this. It just does not work. And if you cannot provide capital on time, then I think it's a very critical input for any sector. So we need to correct that course. And talking, he mentioned skilling, for instance. I would imagine that bankers also need to be skilled to actually appraise food processing seriously. And that will be part of the reason why we should set up this kind of a bank, that you need to train bankers, orient them to assessing food processing projects. It's nothing belittling. People are not born with all kinds of skills anyway. So you need to correct your course, right? And I've done it 45 years, so I understand where we go wrong. So that's the reason. Anyway, moving on, I think we'll come back to you, Mayank, for some more. And you're always a very proficient speaker, so we'll come back to you. Coming to you, Pankaj, we mentioned about, we're talking about technologies and all, right, that is available, people can go on, access it, adaptation aside. I think a thing which comes concurrently is all about IPRs and all, right? When you take technologies, then many times, I think the providers are very concerned whether it will be misused or just taken away, whether they get royalty, whether they get paid or not. What's your sense in terms of IPRs and the copyrights and the technology, protection?
Yeah, so obviously...
I'm moving away from a little bit.
Absolutely.
But it's important.
Yeah, so if you see, it's a valid point that when it comes to technology, it's all about a software, so it's come to the IPR. So if you see, most of the IPRs, or if I talk about OpenAI today, we have been talking all along AI, OpenAI, ChatGPT. So all the IPRs are outside India, most of them. It's all about royalty. So yes, there is a concern. We have been, dealing with that. And, in fact, it is, Devesha, you can, we have been talking to the line ministry, METI as well, wherein, it's very complex that, the machinery which we are bringing from Sweden, which is very, easy to bring in, it comes with the IPR. Or any machinery will now work on a software. So that software is lying outside India. The IPR of software is lying outside India. However, that software is developed in India. So how it happens is that, that German company is employing 1,000, employees to develop a software. All are in India. Now that there is a company formed in India. However, they will the software will get developed in India, but the IPR will lie outside India. So there is one concept of, having a manufacturing value addition in India, which is, we treat it as class 1 classroom manufacturing when we talk about government procurement. So then also it becomes very important, wherein, that in case we are using a software for which we are paying a royalty outside India, which is embedded on on a machine. So whether the value of the IPR is to be excluded or to be included is something which is still a question mark, and we have been interacting with METI as well for that. So yes, IPR become very important, and nowadays, currently, as we are moving towards a technology wherein we have been seeing a lot of automated plant, wherein earlier, a couple of decades back, when in food processing industry, when we are mixing, preparing something, so we have to mix some, masalas and all, it has been done by machine now, and to have that perfection. So obviously that IPR become very important, and it is as important as some the big companies like Nestle and HUL have their patents. So it is like IPR is very important. It's a very important topic when it comes to couple it up with AI.
Thank you. I will come back to you on some more complicated subjects in a while. Let me turn to Vivek, So Vivek comes, of course, you'll introduce LT Foods in the group in a bit, but I can also say a few things, because I've been an investor through my fund in LT Foods, and I've seen this company grow big time. So from what it was in 2009, about 1,000 crore company, to about 10,000 crore group. So somewhere a little bit of credit goes to me as well, but not too much. But that's true. Anyway, but more importantly, I think, so I've been witness to Vivek's entry into the group many years ago, and the way the group has evolved, both in terms of, geographical expansion, but importantly, making a brand out of a commodity in a way, because rice, frankly, whether basmati, non-basmati, has been largely a commodity play, but I think Daawat has turned it into a brand. So maybe a few of that and some of that. And also how has technology played a key role, in your expansion?
Thank you. Thank you for those kind words. And yes, we are all in LT Foods, and people like yourself who are associated with its journey, all very proud of the fact that not only have we gone from 1,000 to 10,000 crores, we've gone from a mix of selling commodity and brands to a pretty much all branded play. So there's 10,000 crores, but more interestingly, and relevant to the question that Rajesh ji just raised, out of this 10,000 crores, almost 2/3 of it is selling our brands like Daawat internationally. It's not a domestic play. So this whole piece around global brands and how do you make global brands. And before I get into technology and in the investments, etc., that are needed for it, while we are very proud of this, what we've done, we are also prouder of the fact that we have set up beyond just selling straight rice into rice value adds like microwave food, ready to eat, with facilities. So we sell a microwave food, big facility in Houston selling to Americans. We've set up a facility in Rotterdam for Europeans. And a lot of this is coming, if we talk about Indian brands becoming global brands, there are very, very few actually Indian brands which are global brands. There are many Indian brands which sell globally. But if you want to think of a global brand, very few. I mean, Amul is starting to sort of get into that space. But otherwise, the global food brands don't belong to Indian companies. So we should start by saying, why is that so? And it is as we develop and as we get to the next phase, I think we need to think of it, the Indian companies need to think of this. Most of us have actually exported our domestic model globally. The consumers we sell to in India, the products that we sell in India to them is exactly what we take outside. who we compete with in India is who we are competing with, whether it's the Middle East or the Europe or US. And if you really want to become a global brand, then you've got to start with global consumer. Now, while we don't sell big Indian brands, but when you start to talk about things like rice or tea or spices, then we are the leaders. So as India, we are selling products, and we need to move to selling from products. We need to be selling propositions and consumption platforms as relevant to the people there. And I think really this is where the whole mind frame has to change. For example, we make a product here and then we add compliance later. We don't design products for which from day one are compliant with the markets we want to sell in. So if you want to become globally competitive brands, you've got to start by thinking global consumers, which is really mainstream local consumers. And you've got to then understand what products will work for them, what solutions will work for them. So when we are talking here technology, I mean, a lot of our technology discussion sort of gets focused onto manufacturing or to data digitization. But there's a lot of technology which comes in consumer and market understanding. There's a lot of AI use right now in pretty much real-time understanding of these trends and what needs to be done, which drives innovation. Once you have that, you've got to build products which are globally competitive from day one. So compliance, whether it's EU food safety standards or FSMA, traceability, it is much more important to those consumers than it is in India right now. Traceability is really technology-driven and technology-enabled. So the best practices, which is what factories you design, what SOPs, packaging. When we talk technology, it's in product, it's in packaging, it's in consumer understanding, it's in market understanding, and it's in doing all these things. Mayank spoke about cold chain traceability. It's important. You need to know where your product is, at what stage, what is happening with it. You need to understand things like what is the status of your product. So AI-enabled tracking of your product in terms of especially perishables. I think these are very important aspects where technology will come in. Other places where you want to play, if you're playing globally, is in this entire thing in predictive demand planning. And how do you then support that with manufacturing and stocks at which level? Manufacturing technology, packaging, the requirements, we had this discussion with Mr. Devesh Deval in the morning in terms of the entire recyclability, sustainability, what kind of packaging. These are technologies. So in other words, what I'm saying is you want to be a globally competitive player, you've got to start from the consumer and come all the way down to how you design your product, your packaging, and this entire value chain is where you have to think technology. And I think the other part which is there is really more in terms of how do you fund all of this. Now Rajesh ji is here, and I think it's very important to sort of talk about what food processing needs is patient capital. This is not IT. This is not tech which will give you returns from year one. There are long gestation periods, there are long time frames in which these things take place, including market understanding. So PEs and people who have that mind frame, the long gestation periods, they are the people who would partner, local players would partner, and somewhere I would say is that, and Devesh ji can look into this, low interest debt. Mayank raised this entire point of cost of capital. Rajesh ji has been talking about it. And the last thing, Mr. Deval was talking about it. If we want to create global brands, somewhere we have to build credibility of India as a source of hygienic and safe food. I think, we shouldn't shy away from the fact food from India is not seen like that. People do not just pick up food from India and say, this is perfect, this is safe. That credibility has to be built. That can only be done jointly with government and the private players. Brands can only do so much. The real work has to be, Mayank spoke about these mega food parks. You need things like those which become islands of global standards before you spread it to the country. But if you can't trust food, you will not consume it. So Rajeshji, these are some of my comments here.
Thanks, Vivek, and very eloquent as ever. I think two other things which flow, there's a learning which we've had from LT, for instance. One, that, this professionalization of companies which are into top gear, high growth, right? It's important. In the past, for decades, centuries, I believe, it didn't happen in our sector. As I said, it's more informal anyway. Promoters were largely introverted, close-chested, didn't open up. But then as they started opening up and they started inducting, like for instance, Vivek and his ilk, as we got in LT, for instance, and that made the difference. So while promoters could be involved and could be very much involved in activities, but they still have around them a nice set of people who are very, very, high-class professionals who run that business. So I think it is important. And the second thing, which is a little bit of a soft selling, is that I think food processing companies at the SME stage itself should look at also inviting external capital. That you need capital to take loans. It's a bit of a vicious circle. You don't get loans till you have capital, and don't get capital unless you have your own money. So it's all in a catch-22 situation. But you need external capital for two reasons. One, that it enhances your growth prospects. It multiplies your in that sense, speed. The other thing is that it also sets standards of governance into the company and gets you better battle ready to meet competition. So that's 2 cents from me on that piece. Let me turn to you, Jimon, and I think, obviously it's a main Cancor, so it's a nice joint venture. Cancor, I guess people knew. You can talk a little bit about Maine as well. But importantly, I guess what we want to know from you is that if we want to be food exporting country, as we've been discussing since morning, then, and to be competitive in the world, then, which is, by the way, becoming a lot more protectionist and a lot more standards driven, traceability standards are buzzwords. How do you think, or what we should do in India to make that happen? And you have a combination in your company.
Yeah, thank you, Rajesh. So we work with farmers, and that's how the legacy of the company goes back 150 years in south of France and in India for over 60 years. So it's a combination working with farmers, and when we look at it that way, and we currently operate in almost 80 countries globally, which means meeting those standards in those countries from here in India, using Indian and also imported raw materials. If we look at the top 10 economies of the world, none of them have as much people, the population dependent on agriculture, as much as we do. Close to 47%, or that was the last census, but obviously it could be even higher. Starting from that, if we look at it from a whole food perspective, I would honestly say that there has been very little focus on developing agriculture right from the beginning, from the farm to the fork, and I will explain why. If we look at the productivity per acreage, India is probably among the lowest in the world in whatever we produce, okay, by a huge distance. That's point number one. Secondly, if we look at the post-harvest losses, it's probably again among the highest in the world, close to 40%. That equates to nearly 92,000 crores per annum. Approximately 1% of our GDP is wasted right there. In fruits and vegetables, it's even higher than that. So clearly, there is a need for intervention at every stage. This is not happening, which means between the Department of Agriculture, the regulators, the industry, all of us are not on one platform speaking the same language. Each of them have a different agenda and those agendas don't meet. So how do we make that possible? How do we create a bridge between the various small pockets and silos that currently exist? And that is what I would say is absolutely critical. And the loss, again, if you look at it, it's 55 kgs per capita in food that we are losing every year. In terms of global standards, it is quite regulated. We have our regulations, and unfortunately, our regulations and the realities do not meet most of the time. Technology has a role here, very clearly. How do we ensure what is expected in the market is what we are able to deliver? And right from the stage that we get the material from the farm, not after processing it 100 times by the time it loses its nutrient value or we increase in cost, all of that. How do we reduce that and give the right product to the end consumer in a healthy way? And this is a challenge that all of us sitting here in this room face day in and day out. Again, at every single point of intervention, there is a possibility to bring technology, whether it's in agriculture through better quality seeds and better good agriculture practices, whether it's in the kind of pesticides that we use, the biodegradable ones, and that does not leave our soil and water contaminated over a period of time indefinitely to that extent, and whether it's in post-harvest technology where we can bring down the loss by at least 20-30%. That's a huge impact and reduces the cost of our entire supply chain, the whole operations. And this is clearly the need of the hour where technology can come in with human intervention, whether it's AI or whether it's in terms of IP that we spoke about. How do we create that? This should be the foundation with a clear vision for the next 5 years. What is it that we can do to break these silos, build the bridges, and ensure we all speak the same language towards a common goal?
Yeah, thank you very much, Jimon. I think you hit it about the wastage and all. My assessment is a lot more actually, that you waste about something like $20 billion in fresh. And I'm talking about value loss, not quantity loss. And likewise, even in dry, which Devesh, unfortunately, probably the government won't accept, FCI won't accept. But my sense is that you lose something like that, because if nothing else, then by keeping all the grains in the open, of 40-45 million metric tons in the open, that's a lot of grain actually, where you have rats, pests, and water seepage all going into it. So that's where we are. Moving away a little bit, I think we discussed about losses and all. And Rajneet, I need to ask you, because we long years ago we did a beautiful report in Rabobank that winning through supply chains, right? So supply chains, of course, is logistics as well. And HUL is, of course, a great global company, and I'm sure you do a lot of work in maintaining your supply chains and maintaining your logistics, right? So let's know a little bit, because food processing is a lot about maintaining the quality through better logistics. So what's your take?
No, thank you. I think while we are good, there's a lot more to be done at our end as well. I can say that in point. But I take a lot of pride to say that, again, to the point that can we bring even technology to each one of the phases, whether it's in our plants and then, of course, the supply chain part of it. Just a moment of pride is that, one of our factories, for example, the Sonipat plant, which does the nutrition, the Horlicks and all products, was awarded the best in class in the world award, which is the Advanced Lighting award, which is by the World Economic Forum. For doing that, it was getting advanced technologies end to end. And that means in the plant to also to the end of the supply chain. Let me elaborate a bit on that. And what does it mean for businesses? Because there are numbers that justify that kind of investment ahead. Because you need to be a little bold to invest in that kind of part. So we have, this advanced technologies we have this digital twins in our plant. So one of the, we implement one that can be done on the other line as well. It has real impact on business. We've been able to look at efficiencies, production going up by 18%, efficiencies coming down 40%. And when you look at end-to-end, as this is a road test that all companies do, I'm sure FMCG, all companies do in food processing, is how much distance this can travel, without getting deteriorated. And when you look at technology in AI, you could say, a lot of us, we look at trucks in our mind. We do 10,000 trucks a day, by the way, just to give you the scale and size of the business. And not just, a lot of time is spent on time, distance travel, we can track all that, but looking at every other part of it, the cartons, the storage, is the inner line required or not to be required. Sometimes we fortify too much because we want the distance to be traveled. And then the other part is whether it's environmentally sustainable. We definitely measure each of the steps, whether it's giving impact on the carbon footprint as well. So in a short, I would say that. And then we also have, and one more important is that we've been able to put up nano factories. Because what normally large companies will always do is put up a very large plant and then make it travel for a lot of distance. And there's learning across the world, especially China, where you can put up smaller nano factories and lines, multi-lines, which can manufacture shorter batches. For India to be innovative and to be really up there in faster innovations, we can't be looking at that massive line batches only trying. So nano factories investments, getting technology into it, and thinking not just end-to-end in terms of travel and measuring your trucks being there, it's just about seeing efficiency at every level and seeing that whether it's making impact on the freshness of the product. Because food is all about freshness again, right? So how much do we need to travel? What's the kind of packaging to be used? The inner packaging. So there's a lot of science and technology that goes behind it. Happy to share with people in different forums as and when required. So, but that's what I think. That's when I say investment ahead of the curve. When you went for it, it was good, as I said, it was good for the country and the company, and we said, okay, we'll work it out. But it does have impact on your financial numbers as well. When you look at efficiencies and losses going down, it really, which is unseen losses, it's all dollars and pennies, basically. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant. Mayank, coming to you and taking a cue from what Rajni said. Packaging plays a huge role in food processing, right? And I don't know what's your take now that as a percentage of cost or MRP, what is the packaging cost? I know your business, for instance, uses a lot of things. You are in Tetra Pak, you do a lot of other things, you have perishables. What's your sense about packaging? How do you maintain that quality, increase the shelf life, or reduce perishability? What is it that you think should be better done for industry as a whole, from your experience?
We do use a lot of packaging and across all the segments, whether it is fresh or processed, dairy, and various types, right from Tetra Pak, PET, poly pouches, just basic packaging like shrink films. There are 2-3 aspects to it. So first, obviously, it's an aspect of preservation, of nutrition, of freshness, of taste, of color of the product that you're trying to sell. And the second aspect is the ability for you to use that packaging to transport across the country within a certain period of time, shelf life, and get the consumers to consume it. So today, if we see Tetra Pak and or aseptic packaging, rather than naming a company, aseptic packaging enables us to take liquid across the country logistically and make it available for all our consumers. The one aspect that, again, I think we forget, when we're talking about packaging, is the food safety angle. A lot of people can say, oh, ये डब्बा का दूध है या ये डब्बा का लस्सी है, मेरे घर के सामने वो आदमी fresh लस्सी बना के देता है. But take a step back and talk about safety, safety of yourself as a human. Do you know the curd that he's actually churning, whether that has been tested? Whether the bacteria count in that is within acceptable levels? No, you don't. Just because it is being made fresh doesn't mean it is safe. You know, this is the biggest thing that packaging helps you avoid, because when you get into industrial grade packaging plants like, you know, we have, Levers has, Nestle has, Coca-Cola has, Pepsi has, we can ensure that every drop of our product has been tested and is safe. If it is not going to taste good, then consumers are not going to buy it. The product is going to fail. So that goes without saying. But I think the packaging and the use and the deployment of packaging in food is really critical from food safety, which we ignore when we talk about packaging in most of our conversations. You know, we talk about shelf life, we talk about logistics, we talk about ease, we talk about cheap, but it is safe food. It's making safe food available everywhere. So today, when even you look at, when I look at the fresh segment, and which we do quite a bit of, and I compare where India is compared to globally, it might be very primitive or primary packaging that is required to keep it safe. But we don't use it. You talk about losses of wastage, whether it's in value or volume or shrinkage or water loss. A lot of those things can be avoided if we deploy just things like crates in the farm. Means it's not a packaging, but even if you just manage to deploy crating, plastic crates for your fresh produce, I think 20% of your wastage is going to go right there. You don't need cold chain. You don't need expensive infrastructure. But those kind of things are something which are not on our forefront. You know, we are still stacking up lorries with fresh produce where the bottom two layers are just getting completely destroyed. So, means I think it's imperative that, you know, even from a government policy standpoint, and with all due respect, I've had this debate with finance ministers, you know, IS officers. Oh, packaged food is for rich. Oh, above 10 rupee MRP, we should tax it differently. Oh, if it is unbranded, you know, we should not charge GST on it, but if it is branded, we should charge GST on it. Where are you coming from? You're saying unsafe food, unbranded, no liability to anybody, make it cheaper and more available, whereas a person who's providing you safe food, taking on liability, taking on responsibility, I'm going to penalize you. If you package something, it's going to be more expensive for the consumer. But if you are unpackaged and loose, I'm going to let you go cheap. I'm not going to apply FSSAI to you. I'm not going to apply any regulations to you. But when it comes to Pepsi, Coke, Levers, Coke, everyone, I'm going to make sure my officer is there every month to check on you and to harass you. Whereas global standards and corporate standards of our companies dictate quality and standards level, which with all due respect are way beyond what the government has mandated. We as companies, you know, and Levers, you know, Rajneet will back me up on that. He has to follow global levels. It doesn't matter what FSSAI says. He is following standards which are 2 levels above.
Also global levels.
You know, exactly. And we are the ones who get inspected. We are the ones whose samples get picked up. Why isn't there respect for the fact that when we are following global standards, when we are taking on corporate governance, when we are putting our name on the pack, we're taking responsibility. That if something goes wrong in the back, I am responsible. You have to encourage that. You have to encourage packaged food. Whereas what we are creating an ecosystem where we are wanting to encourage unpackaged, unbranded food, which doesn't make any logical sense to me. But I guess at some point, policies will change.
Thanks, Mayank. I think I must confess that over the years, MOFP has done a lot of work in educating people that packaged food, processed food is not bad. You know, you should not always jump to the wet market to buy everything. But obviously, there's much to do, or more to do. So educate people, you know, against, you know, the ills. Or shall I say that, you know, the connection or the equation between unpackaged, wet, roadside food versus the packaged food in terms of health and well-being, that equation is not yet set. You know, I'll give you a very, very different example. For example, in poultry, for instance, the conversion ratio between feed and the weight is very set. Something like that has to happen. Somebody's got to evolve that formula, that look guys, if you do this and your well-being, your health gets compromised because of you not getting into packaged food, this is what you're going to spend on health going forward. It's a difficult one, but something which is more scientific has to be done. Anyway, so we have Pankaj here from EY today, and I think a little bit of a different set. You know, the era of WTO is almost gone, or gone, shall I say. We are in the era of free trade agreements between countries, and India has done it with so many other, UAE, Australia. I think EU should happen in a, the only challenge in EU, which I personally think is there's so many countries there. And actually speaking, to get that all into one agreement, and you know, I've had Dutch, Netherlands as my home country for many years in a way. So I would probably have been easier to deal with, you know, a country and deal with it. But now with all these 30 odd, it's a challenge. Anyway, from our standpoint, from our sector standpoint, what do you think is going to happen in terms of these FTAs opening up, bilaterals happening, competition getting differently defined for our sector? What's your take?
Sure. So thanks for asking this. And, you know, FTA is very close to me, at least, because, you know, it involved taxes. And if you see, when we talk about FTAs, we recently had it with the UK, you know, so it's both ways. You know, there are two ways to look at it. One is that, you know, it is opening up a lot of opportunities for Indian companies, specifically agri companies, because, you know, India is known for agriculture, as Mr. Jimon said, about 47% of the population is still dependent upon agriculture. So we are, you know, having a lot of, you know, resources. So the market is getting open up, and, you know, our spices, mango pulp, you know, lot of product, you know, they are getting open up. And with the vision of the government of having 100 billion plus export from a agri, you know, commodity, can come only, you know, when this, you know, FTAs will open up and the Indian markets can export outside. So it is very important, and, you know, government is trying very hard. You know, we are thankful to them that, you know, like 95% of our agri products would be duty free now when they are exported to UK now. So this is an opportunity. However, you know, as we have been talking about non-tariff barriers, like in EU, we have been talking about there would be some challenges with respect to the quality standards. And, you know, Vivek ji mentioned about, you know, instead of we develop a product and then we talk about the quality standards of it. Beforehand, we should develop that quality standard as well. So, you know, in the upcoming time, the important thing would be, you know, to encash this, you know, FTA benefits for an Indian companies. So it is important that we should have a global standards. Obviously, you know, capacity building and technology will go, you know, hand in hand, that we should have those technology enabled factories, and, you know, capacities should be built in that sense. And obviously, we have to always leverage on the government incentives which the government is offering, you know, some interest-free loans, you know, these PLI schemes, and, you know, this RODAP scheme. So we expect a lot from the government as well, while FTA is obviously, you know, opening up this barrier. So it's all along that, you know, if we want to make it actually as an opportunity, we have to, you know, overcome these non-tariff barriers by increasing our technology, by having more competitive advantage and having a better product, because, you know, the norms which the EU will, you know, follow would be much more tightened. So that is what I think, you know, we should go ahead with that. And, you know, this will help actually to see that the agri-commodity business, for which India is known globally, would actually pick up.
Yeah, so thanks, Pankaj, for taking a cue from what you said. Maybe I'll invite a quick comment from each of the panelists on this non-tariff barrier, right? And I think, Vivek, starting with you, you know, and then going in the sequence. Before I open up to the house for questions, because I need to leave 10 minutes minimum for Q&A. So, Vivek, quick take.
The biggest non-tariff barrier that we face is in the SPS, the MRL levels that we have to comply with. And, you know, what is sort of, to bring home that point, there are many molecules that different governments have set as what is acceptable to them. There's one molecule, I think it's azoxystrobin, which has a certain level in India. Now, Indians consume 43 kgs of rice per annum. Europe has got that at 100th, and they consume only 5 kgs of rice. So if Indians are not dying by eating rice with that molecule at the level that is considered safe here by FSSAI, the only thing that we can think of it is being used as a non-tariff barrier to hold imports into that country, because sometimes those compliances are such that they cannot be met. So I think this is an example that we have, and this is phytosanitary is used in agri-produce as one of the biggest NTBs to keep out products more to safeguard their domestic. Agri is a very sensitive thing politically. Anywhere in the world, the farmers, the produce, now they may not be, you know, it'd be 7% of GDP, but somehow the entire political base there is such that there's a lot of these barriers set up to protect the local farming. In fact, one of the biggest sticking points between the India-US right now tariff discussion is about agri. So I think I'll leave it at that, given the time.
Yeah. So US we can discuss in detail. Many more.
US tariff, not US.
So this is honestly something which all countries have used very effectively against India. I mean, you spoke about a molecule, whether it is harmful, not harmful, maybe a technological debate. A more stark thing is outside of India, the largest consumption of Indian ethnic foods is in the UK, and then followed that by in the European Union. In European Union and the UK, we export negligible ready-to-cook or ready-to-eat food from India, because traces of dairy are not allowed from India, which means ghee or butter from India is not allowed. I mean, if you're going to have a EU FTA, I think the primary front point to be discussing, and which our Honorable CNI Minister, Mr. Goyal, is very well aware of, because I've had conversations with him on this, is why you're not allowing Indian dairy traces. You're basically saying Indian ghee is not allowed in this food. You know, and this is not probably the right panel or the audience to actually start saying all the things that need to be changed. I think the bigger point, and this is something which is a point which I have heard from the CNI ministry in different roles, even when I was the president of ICC, we do not give enough feedback to the government. You know, we do have an extremely active, aggressive, a very loud CNI department. The problem is that from the industry, we are not giving enough feedback to him. That you're going into EU FTA, do you know these are the non-tariff barriers that need to be sorted out? You know, so if we as an industry and individual people have a challenge in our exports because of a certain, a molecule or a certain trace or a certain MRL level, I think please reach out to CII and give the feedback. And CII can easily take that up.
I think the reason I wanted all of you to speak on non-tariff barriers because Devesh is here. And NTB is something where the government, the diplomacy has to step in big time. It's a little bit less bilateral between companies, in fact none. It's more government to government which happens. So you might just as well hear from 5 of us here, right? So they make better impact.
Let me just, add a point to that in terms of, government stepping in diplomacy, because in many of these places, our missions are not equipped with a food person to take up these kind of issues.
Okay. So, yeah, Rajdeep, please.
No, I don't need to add anything more. I think Vivek and Mayank have captured really well. We are all well aware none of our dairy products go to Europe all of this happens. So what do you companies like us do? We have a Unilever International, which does it for us. It's a via, or you send it across in a different format. We are the largest producers of ketchup and tomato buying in India. But when we have to export, for example, in other countries, for example, in Brazil, we give it in form of cubes, which they now use it, and from where it goes to US. I mean, this can all be avoided. I mean, I'd stop at that. It becomes complicated other than that. But I think we're well aware. We have forums like CII, FICCI, every one of us raising it up. It's time has come that we kind of put our heft behind it and get this going. I mean, that's it has to be done. We want to be really global. You cannot be global if you're not going to get into Europe and UK where the highest diaspora of Indians are there. I mean, that's period.
I agree, because it's traceability, all of that, if it gets wrapped up into NTBs, then there's no way they're going to get exporting. Yeah, coming to you, Jimon.
The issue is, as mentioned by the other panelists, for us, it is both in imports and exports. There is a difference, because what has happened over a period of time is that in the industry that we are in, which is the extraction industry, the spice industry, Cochin has, by way of its legacy, become the, I would say, the global hub for processing of spices in the world. That strength that we had is slowly going away because of these trade barriers. So what is happening is, each and every country are now trying to protect their interests by not depending entirely on one center of excellence, as we may say that today India is. They are looking to develop other nations, not because the other nations have technology or better quality raw material, but because of certain policies that exist in India that make us more expensive. That is another factor that actually goes under the carpet, which is not noticed or spoken of, because how is it that a product that we both start with the same raw material, we have better efficiencies in India, somebody else produces it 20% cheaper? Considering that our input costs are significantly lower than in other countries. So clearly there is something that is affecting us. Of course, we know this, and probably not this forum to explain what each of those points are, but I would typically say in terms of, we know countries that give significant incentives for exports in different formats, and that is an invisible barrier to us. So this is becoming more and more predominant, and other countries are simply getting away with it, whereas we say that because of WTO, we can't do this. This is destroying our industry, clearly. So how do we maintain that competitive edge? What is it that is needed to maintain that competitive edge? Sometimes efficiencies, bringing down the losses, post-harvest losses, all that may not be enough. We would need that intervention at the government level to understand what is happening and then take countermeasures.
Absolutely. Do you want to add something, Pankaj, this?
So just last thing which I wanted to add, specifically this FTAs, once they are been agreed and signed, it is very, very difficult for any country to go back. So we have seen in the past there are some of the FTAs, with some of the countries, wherein now we are going and negotiating with them again become very difficult. So it is important for us to understand those, and sir, as you can, and industry should anchor that while before we actually sign that. And as Jimoni mentioned about import and export, it's also important that government is doing a lot to safeguard the industry. Sometime it also happens that government is reducing the or increasing the, recently it happened for one of the product wherein the government has increased the import duty on a product so that the product cannot come into India. But the lot of manufacturing unit has got set up in Nepal, and Nepal we have an FTA wherein we can, so it was routed through Nepal. So that is also to be looked at while we are doing that.
So thank you very much. I think time for some Q&As. We have about, Kaveri, we have 10 minutes? Okay. Some questions, yeah, please introduce yourself. Keep the question short, please. The answer can be longer, but question short. Mike.
There are so many mics here.
यहाँ से ले लो आप, please. Your name and organization, and whoever you want to direct it to.
My name is Partha Pratim Das. I had a C-suite advisory firm based in Delhi in the space of market entry, market research, technology transfer, policy advocacy in the agro space too. My question would be to Mr. Jalan. You queued the reference of Bengal, and that's why the question would be in that space. You have a fantastic procurement model for agro-produce in Kolkata, neighboring areas, and Bengal, highlighted by bananas specifically. But at a large scale, I mean, by and large, why it's not happening that contract farming or maybe contract manufacturing is not getting popularized in Bengal? Bengal has vast cultivable lands with extremes of traditional crops as well as medicinal plants that we talk about, rich variations, even forest produce like Mahua and Sundarban honey. But why the organized sector is not getting encouraged to go over there? I'll give an example of a mega food park. Jangipur Mega Food Park even houses MDI Murshidabad. That's a B school, prominent B school. They are in that premises. Why they are not getting encouraged in terms of getting the relevance of the organized segment of India? Second question, Bengal has 15 plus GI products in the food space. Why organized companies like you are not encouraged to get those in your kitty in terms of your products? And my question would be to Mr. Chandra. You referred about that the country proposition matters in terms of credibility while it's food products. One thing is that the producers at the grassroots level are not getting the testing facility. At the functional level, that becomes a big challenge. Testing facilities are not there, either at state capital level or maybe at zonal level. Just a thought, if at district level, testing facilities are developed, at least the collection centers with collaboration with KVKs, do you think, and that's for exportation first and thereafter for domestic, do you think that's going to be a feasible proposition to enhance the quality of our produce? Thank you.
Thank you. Good bank, West Bengal. So vegetables.
Thank you for recognizing Kevinter's work, especially in the banana farming area. Why is contract farming not being done? Because it is not allowed by the law of our country. Simple. Please allow us to do contract farming. We will all do it. What we call it in our parlance, means I don't want to suggest it. Last time we suggested and we got something, we had the minister who resigned and we had huge uproars for many, many months. I was in the center of it. It was a suggestion that I spearheaded as the chairman of Food Processing Committee of CII at that point. Irrespective, I've learned it the hard way. I'm never going to suggest that again in my capacity. So that's why contract farming is not done. What we do is cooperative farming, friendly farming. We are personally working with 60,000 banana farmers and 40,000 dairy farmers. And even if you go all across Bengal, whether Nadia, Murshidabad, Malda, Birbhum, you will hopefully not find farmers who complain about us. So that's a model that we have evolved. That's a model that we're very happy with. Why are we not doing it with other medicinal plants or something else? Coming to that. Why are we are not doing it with other things is because that's not our focus area. We want to remain in bananas and we want to stick to that. And now almost 30% of bananas consumed in the state of West Bengal comes from us. We would like to push it to 40 and we would like to go into states like Bihar, Jharkhand, Northeast and make sure that business can expand. That's in our plan. In terms of GI products, Bengal does have 15 GI products. One of them called Darjeeling tea is something which all corporates are investing in and selling, and I'm sure Levers also has, through their tea brands. Rasgulla as a GI product, it's not marketable. Just because it is GI Okay, and there is a debate whether the GI is Orissa or Bengal and stuff like this. Can't be. So you got to look at it that even if you have a GI product, is it marketable from a consumer standpoint? And then the question will come, if it is marketable, do I invest as a private company in category creation, and then it gets commoditized or not? I mean, we at Keventer, don't want to invest. That's our business call. Maybe somebody wants to invest, but that's a straightforward answer. And sorry, there was one more question you had asked about Bengal?
That to Vivek. So Vivek
to you. Yeah.
So what you said, Mayank, is right. No contract, but contact farming.
They call it cooperative farming, friendly farming, contact farming.
Contact farming. That's
But
what you do.
Lays is doing it in West Bengal and they're doing it really well for the potatoes. I am doing it for bananas. All of us who need to do it, we are doing it. And we're navigating all the things that are there to make sure like we reward the farmers and we get rewarded commercially as well as a company.
True. Yeah. Vivek.
Yeah, and to add to that, we're doing that with 1 lakh farmers in 3 states. And the point you had, whether it's about contract farming or SMEs and what they... I think the real big issue that we have to, as a country, address is that our food value chain is very fragmented. The issue is not so much about fragmentation as that there is a lack of that alignment on what each player is doing. And in many cases, our value chain is adversarial, where each member of the chain is trying to extract from the other rather than collaboratively getting everything from the entire value chain, which they can create the bigger pool. So this point which you're saying, at district level or whichever level, but I think the point was also raised in terms of these mega food parks.
I think what he said was about this certification and testing facility.
Yeah. So I'm coming to what I'm basically getting to is that, today all these MSMEs, SMEs are operating as very independent units with very, their own standards of what they're producing. But what you need is probably, and that's what I think what we need to do is you need to have a big anchor unit with MSMEs as satellites, all belonging to one ecosystem where all the facilities that you are talking of, not just testing, but R&D, technology, product, can all be lifted so that we create much better food products from the entire ecosystem. So
that on Murshidabad, on MDI and the Jangipur food park that you asked a question, I'm going to be brutally honest and I'm known for that. Please tell me what advantage does Jangipur have? What advantage does Jangipur have? Just MDI? MDI is equal to students who are mobile. Jangipur food park was decided as a location for all the wrong reasons.
So Meg, we'll discuss it later.
Yeah.
Bilateral. I think this gentleman in the cap. So I think we need to move on. We just have time for one more question. I guess we have to wind up this. Okay, you are the lady last. Please carry on. Yeah.
My name is Tushar Pandey, and thanks, Rajesh. I've been a brief colleague of Rajesh.
You had the cap on. I didn't recognize you.
So, if I may make a small suggestion, because, the ministry people are here and have been long involved in agriculture, public-private partnerships. One element which is a solution coming from the last point which Mayank made on cooperation is that we need to professionalize the smaller units, whether it's the farming sector or that. And to that extent, government has actually formed Ministry of Cooperatives not so long ago. And I do find, I am currently an academic and working with students, I think as the point was made about Department of Agriculture and food processing need to combine to bring the food value chain, the cooperatives is one thing. Amul has succeeded, but nothing beyond has happened, in terms of, so probably we are talking of FPO professionalization, and Ministry of Cooperatives is looking for such ideas, so they can be integrated in terms of the larger level national policies, which can be, a lot of solutions can come out. I just thought I'll make this point.
Actually, just to correct it, your perception. There's a National Cooperative Export Corporation set up. Huh? Yes. They're doing some great job, lots of activities there. So it's not to say nothing is happening, a lot happening. But yes, you and I come from the cooperative culture, so we might like to see more. Let's turn to the lady.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning. It was amazing to listen to you all. My name is Punita and I represent Nice Dime. I'm a chartered accountant. So just a question I want, to ask. Maybe it's already there, but it's to the panel. I'm not sure. I'm not from the particular sector. In finance, we have something called the global standard IFRS. And in India, we have Ind AS, which has been adopted as per, with certain carve-outs, carve-ins, to have our books, our financials, read as per the global standards. So when we're talking about the global standard for the food safety, etc., I'm not sure whether do we have, or is it possible to have certain carve-outs and carve-ins which agrees to the international standards and also to the Indian standard, that depending on the geography that we have and the kind of consumption style. So can we think of, or do we already have, something in pipeline which can globalize our standard and have a food safety unanimously across?
That's exactly what FSSAI did. When we actually implemented FSSAI, and CII played a very important role in it, we adopted Codex, which is the global food standards. We adapted it to our Indian conditions. We actually went item by item, line item by line item. Meetu was here and she was on the panel with FSSAI and I worked with her. That's exactly what we did. There were scientific panels. What you're saying is already existing in FSSAI.
Just sorry to just mention that on and off we hear certain news that our spices or our products, etc., are not fitting the various global standard and we are consuming it. So how do we...
There are two different things.
Yes.
Okay, you're talking about either non-tariff barriers, okay, where a country is putting certain MRL levels which India cannot meet.
Exactly.
Okay, that's called warfare at a trade, non-Trump-like. Trump just comes and says, I'll put 500% tariff. These countries are going to come and say, I really like you, I want to deal with you, but hey, make this particular rice completely this residue, which is impossible. And the second is, given the Indianization, there are some things that we have to adapt to the Indian soil conditions that we have, the Indian climate and the Indian water that we have. And maybe it may not be exportable, so be it.
So I guess, the awareness is not that strong at the moment that, as a consumers, we do have certain challenges. Or maybe this is the request of the government, actually.
Oh, all right. I think Mayank answered it largely. I think, Devesh, you want to say something? Yeah, please.
Yeah, not a question, just a small comment. First of all, many thanks to the panel for an excellent discussion, thoroughly engrossing, and I think by far the best discussion that I've attended. So thanks to all of you. I think a lot of things I've noted also. I'll just briefly respond to 2-3 of those. One is I completely agree with Mayank when you mentioned about the mega food park. I don't look after that scheme, but at my sense it's a lost opportunity, but still it's not too late. I think these are 41 or 44 we have in the country. If they can really be the growth poles, it can take the sector much, forward. So I think this is where we definitely need to look into how do we make the best use of the food parks that have come, whatever locations and all. It's a fact now, so we have to work with that. So I'll take this to our secretary, I'll discuss with him. Likewise, the trade-related issues, the kind of barriers that we have. Again, it's a different division in the ministry, but at secretary level, definitely I'll raise with him. Of course, Commerce does consult us, but I think we can do a much better job once we have a proper detailed inputs. I think that we need to take up with Commerce Ministry, because now this trade negotiation is happening at a very fast pace. So that's another takeaway. I think this need for capital has come out very strongly, very eloquently put up. I think we'll surely work on that. So we'll be in touch with Provis Group and all of you. There's also mention, I think, from Jimon regarding the losses, right? So I think I forgot to mention in the morning also. We have some studies, that on the post-harvest losses and level of processing. But again, I'll honestly admit, I don't think I'm very much enthused with the kind of reports that have come out. I think it will be good to have industry on board, because if you are there and if you, for example, level of processing, I think there's no also agreement on what is the processing. How do we define? How does the world define? Are there comparable figures, for example, right? So that's a very starting point. If there's no agreement on the starting line itself, I think it makes a lot of difficulties later on. So harvest losses or level of processing or such other things, I think industrials, we can really work together to come up with more, detailed and very crisp kind of reports, which we really can, use. We have no doubts on that, and we know we can take it forward. And all other points, I think, thank you very much. We'll all work on it. Thank you.
I must really compliment Divesh. I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing a secretary sitting through the panel, listening to all the industry. Normally the sort of thing happen and leave, and big round of applause and compliments to you. Yes.
And I think what I would like to suggest is that let's form a small CII team. Kaveri can coordinate that and sit with you and offer you some, pro bono suggestions to try and improve a few things. Mayor, food park, I mean, you accept it, not that's your discretion, but at least we can come by and talk to you on that. Unfortunately, I think we've far exceeded our time. I don't think I need to summarize anything. I think Devesh, you've done it and you've addressed a few things. But I hope that you enjoyed this session. But thank you very much for being such a patient and such an applauding audience. But one more round of applause for my co-panelists.
Kindly give us a moment more for felicitations, please. Well, the learned panel has truly distilled their decades of expertise and experience for us through such a meaningful session of deliberations. So the onus now on us to be felicitating all of them, and to begin with requesting you, the esteemed moderator for the session, to kindly felicitate all the speakers, all the panel members. Felicitating Mr. Rajneet Kohli, felicitating Mr. Mayank Jalan, felicitating Mr. Vivek Chandra, felicitating Dr. Jimon Kora, and felicitating Mr. Pankaj Jain. And may I now please request Mr. Rajneet Kohli to kindly do the honors of felicitating the distinguished moderator for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rajesh Srivastava. Requesting all the distinguished dignitaries for a photo op here as we culminate this truly enriching and captivating session of deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, we will not let you take off your seat belts, requesting you all to let your seat belts stay fastened, be at your spaces, because we are now deep diving to our next session, which is on fortifying India's future, scaling adoption and driving consumer uptake. Transitioning over a moment of preparation for the days, and then welcoming a yet another learned and an applauded panel to take forth this session that not only translates harvests into high-value deliverables, but also and fortified ones. Ladies and gentlemen, our session now attempts to make fortification move beyond policy intent to the mass market adoption. And we have with us a learned panel that shall now share their success rollouts with us. And we are almost ready. If I may request you all to kindly take your seats, as I now have the honor of inviting a scholarly session moderator, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Jatindra K. Sahu, Professor, Center for Rural Development and Technology, IIT Delhi, a name very well known with food processing, fortification, and value-added food systems. We earnestly look forward to your expertise as you shall now be moderating and taking us through. A very warm welcome to you, sir. The illustrious panel members, and I now have the honor of inviting them all on the dais. A very warm welcome to Mr. Prashant Bhatt, the Chief R&D Officer at Mother Dairy Fruit and Vegetable Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, make that sound a little more warm and welcoming. Thank you very much. Delighted to be welcoming you, sir. Warmly welcoming Mr. Abhishek Agarwal, the Director at Shyamtara Rice Mills Private Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Warmly welcoming Mr. Suresh Sakre, the Head of Department, Flour Milling, Baking and Confectionery Technology, CFTRI. Welcome, sir. And a very warm welcome to Mr. Umang Buddharaja, the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, Umang Global Group Private Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. With those words, may I please hand over the session proceedings to the distinguished moderator. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. I think people have having a break, kind of, there's a long session, I believe, morning session. So I welcome you all to this session, and the session is being titled Fortifying India's Future, Scaling, Adoption and Driving Consumer Updates. So basically, if you see, food fortification has taken a long way. So far, we have successfully implemented 5 commodities so far: wheat, milk, rice, double fortified salt, and of course oil is coming forward. So in the whole process, if you see, fortification, we say it is alternative strategy to meet the nutrition status of the population. And if you see Indian positioning in terms of agricultural production, if you see India, we rank in terms of first, second, third in terms of various commodities in global perspective. But the question is that where we stand, why there is a nutritional lack in our system. So there is one aspect we need to think forward. Therefore, we are coming towards a plan or strategies food fortification. Of course, if you see the food fortification so far, India, we have technologies, we have standards, we have protocols, we have supply chain, we have storage facility, we have most of the requirements in place. But what is happening? Whether those are meeting our requirement to make the program successful. We say we have DSF double fortified salt, we have successfully implemented. Of course, it is quite success in India. Of course, then we started milk, we started oil, we started your rice, then we are coming with the wheat. So in the whole process, if you see, availability at the consumer's level is quite poor. Therefore, technology-wise, we are self-sufficient, but in supply chain and acceptance at the consumer level, whether the consumers accept this product at the grassroots level, that is a challenge, where I believe all the manufacturing or processing sectors plays a key role to take the technology and reach at the mass level or at the grassroots level. So with that discussion, and I welcome all my panelists. And basically the objectives of this session, what we are going to discuss, the first thing is that we need to discuss the commercial and market potential of 45 staples. Of course, we'll be discussing on wheat, we will be discussing on milk, we'll be discussing on, rice as well, and we'll be discussing oil as well. So second aspect, to identify operational, technical, and cost-related challenges faced by the industry in scaling fortified products. And third aspect, of course, not the last, but we'll be discussing what are the strategies or techniques or approaches for strengthening consumers' awareness or consumer behavior or consumer perception. Because, if you say rice, we are strongly working on rice, but consumers' acceptance at the grassroots is very poor so far from our understanding. So how to improve this consumers' behavior at the grassroots level? These three things we'll be discussing. This is not limited. Of course, there are so many topics we'll be discussing. So to begin the discussion, we have our esteemed panelists. We have Mr. Abhishek Agrawal. He is the Managing Director, Shyamtara Rice Mill in Bengal. We have esteemed panelist, Dr. Suresh Sakare. He is the Head Department Flour Milling Technology, CFTRI Mysuru. We have another expert, Prashant Bhatt. He is the Chief R&D Officer, Mother Dairy. And we have another expert, Umang Budhraj. He is the COE and Managing Director, Umang Global Groups Private Limited. So I welcome all the panelists to this session. So we'll be discussing the whole session in, of course, 2 rounds. First, we'll be talking about the innovation, this technological perspective. Then I'll be going to the cost operation, supply chain management perspective. To begin with, I have a very fundamental questions to Abhishek, right? So we'll start with rice, then we'll go narrow down to other commodities as well. So Abhishek, from your experience, because you have established a rice, I know last time I met, I witnessed your progress. So from your experience in rice processing, do you see a viable commercial future? Because the rice processing governed by the PDS system, that is governed by the government sectors, right? Basically various schemes are there. So how do you see rice as a staple or fortified product in open market? And what are the challenges you are facing? Can you share something with us?
I thank CII for giving me this opportunity to address regarding fortification. So we are in the rice milling industry for the past 5 decades, and we launched our fortified variant in the month of April 2025 with the support of Millers for Nutrition and TechnoServe. Surprisingly, fortified variants constitute 20% of our sales today. So we didn't expect it when we launched because we didn't see it as the open market sale would accept fortified rice consumption to such an extent. And we see it growing to nearly 40% by the end of 2026. So that is a very big figure for us. So there is a commercial aspect to it, and there is a commercial success and viability which other millers and other brands can also adopt. We launched our fortified variant only specific to the variants available in West Bengal because we somehow feel that rice eating pattern changes every 400 or 500 kilometers. The crux of it is you need to have fortified variants of the rice which people are consuming the most. If you want to push just a fortified variant, people might not accept it. You have to get it in the variant in which they are most comfortable eating it with. We launched our brand both online and offline so that we could reach to all the segments and the whole country also. We are available on Amazon and Flipkart also. And we are seeing good traction in other cities also, other than West Bengal in India. The main reason why we thought that this can be successful because anemia and vitamin deficiencies are just not limited to the vulnerable population. We somehow feel that we are addressing the vulnerable population, so that's enough. But I feel that most of us in this room would be having deficient vitamin levels, at least most of us would have. And so the whole concept is, why not just implement it in your diet? Rather than having pills, just have fortified variants of whatever is available and whether it be staples or oils or anything used in the kitchen.
Thank you, Abhishek. So I'll again, I'll come to rice. Rice and other commodities that recent times we are have been trying to fortify rice and as well the wheat. So in that way, CFTRI, led by the dynamic leadership of Dr. Sakare, they have been doing a great job, and their contribution so far is quite, significant. And probably I learned, Dr. Sakare, that, your team has been working strongly in the, Leh, Ladakh, and Himachal Pradesh as well to make this, program or the fortification program effectively or successfully to reach the consumers level so far. So can you highlight your experience so far, technological challenges as concerned? Because if you see the wheat or rice, the mixing is a very critical so far technology is concerned, because it is we say it is a solid and solid mixing, where it is not liquid mixing. It is not, easy like a gas and mixing. So can you highlight some of the technologies that you have developed or your institution working to make this stability or retention micronutrient in fortified, basically rice and wheat products?
Thank you, Dr. Shahu. First of all, thanks to CII for giving opportunity to the CSIR, CFTRI to be the part of this function. My director has conveyed best wishes to today's conference. A little bit I will talk about the CFTRI. I'm not taking much more time with permission from the Dr. Shahu. So CFTRI is a 75-year-old organization, and we work under the Ministry of Science and Technology. The main objective of CSIR CFTRI is to develop a technology. We have around 500 technology in our basket that includes all component or sectors of your food. We have almost 110 scientists, 200-300 technical staff. Presently, 350 PhDs are going on into the different aspects of food science and technology. So I can say we have the one-stop solution for food science and technology, whether it is industry or society. When it comes back to the fortification, yeah, definitely CSIR, CFTRI has done a lot of work onto the wheat flour fortification. If you look at the history, when the first take-home ration was developed, it was developed in CSIR, CFTRI with micronutrient fortification during the 70s. The first take-home rations formulation was carried out. But when you look at the technological aspects of fortification, today we have regulation by FSSAI in place for the fortification, but technological intervention is very important. So as Dr. Shahu has mentioned, so when you look at into the approaches of food fortification, we have powder-to-powder fortification. Could be, we can take an example of wheat flour, could be refined wheat flour, we call it as a maida, or whole wheat flour, atta fortification. There is powder-to-powder fortification. So when you are doing the powder-to-powder fortification, it is very important to have your micronutrient dossier. So as he mentioned rightly, that has to match with your capacity, and dosing and the blending. These are two important aspects of flour fortification or any powder-to-powder fortification. When you take an example of what kind of micronutrient feeders are available earlier and now, we have done a lot of good job. I have been involved into the fortification from last 20 years, I can say. I started 2008-9, where Gujarat government was fortifying atta and giving to the entire state for a couple of years. Work with the Madhya Pradesh, Himachal, and so many places. So when you talk about the feeder, we have a volumetric feeder and a gravimetric feeder. Definitely the cost is the main criteria when we look for the implementation of. As far as the volumetric feeder, we have limitation, the chances of error around 3 to 5% error will be there in terms of dosing is concerned, because your feeding will be carried out in terms of volume. But when it comes to the gravimetric feeder, we have better control in terms of quantity. Whatever exact quantity you want to feed, you can feed it. A lot of automation, we have worked on to it. How my volumetric feeder can work into the better direction. We need to design of the feeder is very important. So today we can say the hopper, because free-flowing property of your pre-blend during the mixing is one of the important properties. So for that we can say today we have a lot of things has been carried out in terms of hopper designs. Sensors are in place. For example, your feeder is getting over, that your stock is not into the feeder, we have low-level sensors. So immediately the alarm can be given or input can be given that your sensors are. Then we have the very good mechanism where your hopper can be kept into the vibration by putting a small vibrator over there, or we can have an agitator or the combination of both the two, so that the material within the hopper should not get stuck. Apart from that, we have another things, the interlocking system by creating a small PLC control. So could be whenever my floor conveyor is not working, automatically my feeder should stop. This is very important from the operational point of view. These are the challenges. So we have today most advanced kind of things in terms of feeders are concerned, gravimetric feeder, which is also controlled with your output. So by measuring your output, your rate of the feeding can be controlled. So this is one thing. The second thing, when you talk about the second approach, where we talk about the, can I take a little more time? Yeah. Grain to grain fortification that we do in case of a rice. So extrusion. Let me tell you about the cost of fortification is very important. We are playing with the staple, and morning session somebody was telling, no, agriculture, the staple commodities are very essential as a part of the government. The government sometimes has to look very critically onto it. So when it comes to the grain fortification, what we have through the extrusion, we require 6 times more cost than the flour fortification. So if I am correct, to 60 to 70 paisa is required for fortifying one kernel into the 99 kernel. Isn't it? So 99 into 1, find out the efficiency. I'm not telling, I'm just talking about the technology, the how it has to be improved. And the same thing if you do in a flour fortification, we have just a 10 paisa. And I will give you a guarantee, the technology CII developed indigenous in 2008. If you take a 20 gram of sample, you get a uniform quantity of iron, folic acid and vitamin B12. So the efficiency. So there is a really need to develop a technology in rice sector, how we can cut down the cost and increase the efficiency of the process. That means I am adding some 10% into the 90%. So 10% kernels fortified, 99 could be by keeping the cost at minimum level, and that is what the things will work out. Some of the challenges when you look at in terms of technology of rice fortification is concerned, because there are plenty of rice varieties are available into the market, and that varies from mill to the mill. During the milling, that have a lot of control during the milling, but still there are a lot of alteration will take place into their physical properties of the grain. Now when I am extruding, I have a single die. So basically 2 or 3 die, and the kind of fortified rice kernel I produce, they differs in physical property, could be in terms of color, but very important that shape, size and density. Isn't it? And then when I fortified with by using a very good blending system, but there could be the stratification, separation that's going to take place during the transportation, handling and the storage. So this is one of the challenge personally I felt while working on to the rice fortification, wherein the separation is going to happen. And the uniformity is really a challenge. So I think there could be a need for develop technology, typically for the rice fortification with using the low cost. Again, I would like to give one example. We are recently, Dr. Shah was there, I think last 2 months before in CII. We have developed a new technology which is available now for the transfer. Dalia fortification, Suji fortification, not extrusion. Because when you try to do through the extrusion, cost is going to increase. So we have the dalia. The particle size of a dalia is more than 1000 micron, 1200 micron on an average. When you take a suji, we have particle size of 600 to 800 micron, and these are all penetrated inside the kernel. So this gives only a 15 to 20 paisa per kg cost. And there what we are doing it, 10% fortified things were mixing with 90%. So you have better efficiency into it. So these are the challenges I feel in terms of wheat fortification, flour fortification, rice fortification. The third approach could be your liquid to liquid fortification that we will do with milk or the oil fortification, and that goes very easily in terms of implementation of technology, can be integrated within the existing system very well without addition of much more cost, and that most of the companies, those who are from oil industries or the dairy industries, are following that. I think these are the few things from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Sakare. So to extend that discussion, I'll have one very short questions to Dr. Abhishek. Abhishek, you are established in rice fortification. You know, when you see rice fortification, the major challenge that we say during a mixing is the homogeneity issues. That is very critical. You know, we say 1:100 or something like that. So what is your experience? I mean, you know, there are recommendations, there are policy labels, but you know, if you see the ground reality is something else. So can you share some of the experience, how to maintain that homogeneity and what kind of approach you take in your farm?
So with respect to the public distribution rice, when the whole concept or the whole policy came, we were told to install dynamic blenders, which ensured blending in the correct ratio of say 1:100 or even if we want it more, we can have it. And those blenders are now being retrofitted with packing machines as well to ensure that if there is, say, if we have just blended the rice and kept it in a heap, then there might be a difference of, say, instead of 1%, a consumer might get 0.5% or 0.8% or 1.2%. So now we have retrofitted it with packing machines as well to ensure that every bag will have the rice fortified in the correct ratio. With respect to the open market, when we started our open market sales for fortified rice, we ensured that the kernel size, length and density and the color was exactly the same. We spent 3 months on it. TechnoServe helped us to get us connected with a few suppliers who could make sure that the kernels were exactly looking like the grain, and they gave us 3 variants. On the variants in which we launched our fortified variants in the market, they gave us those kernels and we started blending. So now after having such technological advancement, I believe that the blending ratio question is somehow solved to a certain extent. But yes, still there's a long way to go regarding it.
So why I ask this question, you know, ground reality is something else, because I believe some rice miller might be here. So what is the ground reality? When we do kind of survey at field level, people start on spreading some kind of fortified rice on the heap of the plain rice. And in that way, they say, again, if you do kind of analysis, probably you don't find any kind of sample in the whole bag, the fortified rice. That is the kind of, you know, we, of course, as I said, their policy regulations are in place, but, you know, implementation at the grassroots, that is a critical challenge nowadays, okay? So then I'll be coming to milk. Of course, the milk is critical for us. So we have Mr. Prashant Bhatt, this is Chief R&D Officer, Mother Dairy. So, Mr. Bhatt, can you highlight some of the, you know, approaches or advancement, how to ensure the stability of the micronutrient in milk?
Sure. Thanks, Professor Sahu. Firstly, thanks to CII for organizing this discussion on this very important topic. So basically, we have got 6 micronutrients which are of concern, of which iodine has been taken care to a major extent through fortification in salt. So within the remaining 5, vitamin A and D are applied together normally in matrix like milk or oil, whereas the other 3, which is mainly iron, B12 and folic acid, they go into cereals like rice or wheat. Now, normally, all of us know the health impact of these deficiencies. They are well documented. But typically, we do not talk about the economic impact coming from these deficiencies. Because consider iron. So the function of iron in the body mainly is to transport oxygen from lungs to the cells. So it helps in the efficiency or energy release, etc. So if you look at the productive age of, say, age 15 to 50, that is the productive age, nearly 50% of women are anemic. At the same time, nearly 25% of men are anemic in this age group. So when you have anemia, you don't function to the fullest of your efficiency. You get fatigue, you get tired. So if this micronutrient deficiency is taken care, there's a huge economic benefit that can come along with it, which is not normally quantified, which is very important to quantify. Now, why these micronutrients are deficient? It is mainly because of the food. Unfortunately, all these 5 macronutrients, the main source of those macronutrients is non-vegetarian. Whereas Indian population, nearly 60% is vegetarian, and though we consume non-veg, the frequency and quantity is not adequate because of the higher cost of the non-vegetarian source. So that is where the deficiencies exist. So how we can resolve this? The resolution can be done through a diverse diet, but that is impossible to do in India because a vegetarian will not become a non-vegetarian tomorrow. And the second would be through supplementation, like vitamin tablets or mineral tablets. But you don't have discipline of taking them on a daily basis because these are needed on a daily basis. So the best thing would be to fortify in an essential commodity like a milk or a flour or a rice. So that is where we come in. So I am from Mother Dairy. So if you look at our journey in fortification, it started in 1984 itself, so several decades ago. So at that point of time, there was a huge incidence of night blindness, because of which government directed the dairy companies to add vitamin A in milk. So that is when we started. So we started in our product which is called as token milk, which is sold in Delhi through our booths. So it is a unpackaged format of milk where consumer brings his own utensil to collect the milk. So we started in that format of milk in 1984, and we have continued all along. And nearly 20 years ago, we fortified our oil, which is under brand name Dhara. And 10 years ago, when FSSAI approved the fortification in milk, we were the first company to start fortifying our pouch milk. So currently, most of our variants have vitamin A and D. We sell approximately around 50 lakh liters of milk a day. So that means we effectively are reaching anywhere between 40 to 50 lakh households. So on a daily basis, we are trying to deliver vitamin A and D nearly more than 1 crore consumers. So which is a very huge mass scale kind of fortification that we have been able to do. Now coming to the, people talk about the cost here. So it is costly to do fortification, which is not true actually. The kind of cost involved per liter of milk is around 7 to 8 paisa. So, but considering our volume, so that will work out to be around say 15 to 20 crores a annum. But we are trying to deliver a better nutrition profile through milk, because milk itself is a complete food. So there is calcium in milk. And when you have vitamin D along with milk, that helps in strengthening your bone. Similarly, vitamin A would take care of your vision. So considering the benefits, one should try to apply this in the essential commodities, whichever company they are into. Yeah, this is.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bhatt. The whole process, you talk about rice, you talk about wheat, you talk about oil, you talk about salt as well. The critical parameter that is govern your stability, retention, shelf-life, even bioavailability, bioaccessibility is the premix. So we are very fortunate we have an expert in premix or ingredient expert. Justice Dr. Umang, you share some of your experience. What is the technological advancement is there to have kind of right quality of premix, where that governs your whole supply chain? So can you highlight some of the advancement in the whole process in terms of premix or ingredients?
Good morning. Thanks for inviting me for this session by CII. We do a lot of encapsulation. We do microencapsulation. So microencapsulation, you can use it for different fortificants. Basically, you have vitamin C, you have vitamin D, vitamin K. So we modify it as per your application. So if you have rice, if you have salt, majorly we are doing iron for salt. Now iron is not that, you can say, deliverable because of its own issues. So we then protect it, we match the color with the salt, we modify the density of it, we do the coatings on top. So salt is again coated with salt, so it looks more like salt. So a lot of advancements are needed for the consumer to actually not see the fortificant, but actually have the benefit out of it. So that is one thing that I see as machines, as technology. We use different kinds of mixers, extrusions, periodizations, coatings, a lot of advancement that we use to match the color, size, texture of the fortificant. Now, if you're looking at herbs, like in the morning I was just listening to ashwagandha. So ashwagandha, even if you want it as a fortificant, now you need to match the taste, the size, the color, the application, which is if it's for tea, then it would be different. If it's for gummies, it would be different. If it's for food, it would be different. If it's for a cereal bar, it would be different. So everything needs a modification, needs a different kind of encapsulation. We do use different technologies to actually help consumers, help MSMEs to actually adapt it into their product. I think so that answers your question.
Yes. Yes, if you see rice fortification, and basically we have been working with self-life. It is very critical, self-life for rice, and that everybody is shouting, what is the self-life of a rice, fortified rice basically, right? And if you see the whole supply chain, rice fortification, this premix is the critical parameter. And if you see the premix, and again, if you see vitamin B12 or iron or folic acid, 9 basically, and what is their stage where it is added to the premix, that is critical parameter. Therefore, it is very challenging how to evaluate the premix or its ingredients as well. So thank you so much. So then I'll be coming, I say technology-wise, you say rice, wheat, it is well established. But now the question is that what are the operational challenges and what is the cost? And third aspect is scalability. Scale is a very issue. Nowadays, if you see the rice fortification, we use extrusion techniques. If you see extrusion technique, it is not a, it is a very tricky. It requires a scale. If you maintain the proper, kind of temperature, pressure, or kind of extrusion pressure, then it will have your quality. Dr. Sakare said, we need to match the rice quality in terms of physical quality as well as the nutritional quality as per the plain rice, the normal rice. In their whole process, we need to have a scalable technology. That is critical. So I'll have one questions to Mr. Abhishek. From Miller's perspective, how has rice fortification technology evolved in recent years? And where do you see the technology so far, whether it's scalable, whether it's adaptable at the grassroots level? Yes.
So actually at the milling level, rice fortification is just an add-on machinery for us. So that is at the last stage of our production, where once the rice is ready, we add fortified kernel to it in the ratio of 1:100. So at the technology level, to answer your question, it is just one machinery for us, and which does not even cost a lot. The government has mandated it to for rice millers. We cannot get empaneled on the government system unless we have a fortification machine, a blending machine in our units. So most of the mills who are working with the government already have it, and it is a very simple machinery, a dynamic blender, which blends our rice in the correct ratio. So it is definitely scalable because there is not a lot of any difficulty in putting the machinery, whether it is economically or say it does not take even a lot of space. It hardly takes about 50 square feet. And regarding the cost aspect, if I consider the cost of rice to be say about 40 rupees a kilo, and the kernel costs us about 60 to 65 rupees a kilo. So if we are replacing 1%, so the cost comes to about 20 paisa per kilo, which is not even 0.5% of the total cost of rice. As Mr. Vivek Chandra in the previous panel session said, that Indians are consuming 43 kg of rice in a year. So 43 kg into 20 paisa average is not even in the whole economics of any of our earning levels. So that minimum amount is required to make sure that you are getting the correct micronutrient levels in our systems.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. I'll have a quick comment on scaling this fortification program at the grassroots level. Because if you see grassroots level, we largely depend on your SME sectors, right? These are the people, those are, responsible to take the technology forward so far, right? So I want to listen, can you share your experience, Dr. Sakare? How do you think the technology and its scalability at the grassroots? I mean, you take, probably I understand you have worked on wheat. So can you highlight some of the approaches you adapted? You have developed some technology in Leh, Ladakh, because you have commercialized Leh, Ladakh, Himachal Pradesh. Can you share some of your experience? How the technology travels to the grassroots?
Yeah, actually, this is one of the challenge we can say. But the kind of technology available for the wheat flour fortification, it's a minimum investment we require. Basically, we require a kind of a feeder that start from 30,000-40,000, maximum 1.5 lakhs, so you can get a feeder. And there may not be any major change that you need to do into your milling. So it is going to be easily incorporated and implemented into the existing plant. In the existing plant, you need not to add extra machines. Sometimes this micronutrient feeder they are using for other purpose. That also will be always there. So that is one of the advantage with the flour fortification, that the investment in terms of the equipments are very less. The challenges that comes basically because each plant has its own uniqueness. If you look at in terms of capacity, in terms of flexibility, in terms of operational on day-to-day basis is concerned, and how you are going to really standardize your operation, optimize your things for the customized to the particular mill is the challenge. So if you take an example of Leh Ladakh, we work with 3 mills over there in Leh 2 and Kargil 1. Mr. Rashid was with me, he was taken a lot of initiative for that. So we went to each and every mill, not one time, we went a couple of times. We started with assessment of the plant. So what is the plant is all about, what kind of machine they are having, cleaning, milling, and after post-milling, where the location of your feeder will come. Then the another things what done in Leh Ladakh, all the millers has got similar equipment from the government. That I think I should appreciate for the government for giving same equipment. That becomes much more easier for standardizing the operation. So once it happens, we have given thorough training, that is technology transfer coming from CII or CFTRI. As a part of the technology transfer, we have complete demonstration of the unit. we give training to on-site training, we calibrate the equipment, then we standardize as per the requirement, because some mills are working 1 ton per hour, some are 3.5 tons per hour, some are 5 tons per hour. So that changes your entire things. Even though the kind of design of the feeder that is required for higher capacity is different, lower capacity is different. So that one has to taken into the consideration. Then we give proper training to them. The challenges here also will come. Many times we give training and the manpower will change within 1 month. Correct? Then we done in Himachal Pradesh, each and every person is having his own unique feeder. Sometimes that feeder is not really matching to the conditions, and then that becomes challenging to telling them, no, this may not be possible, you need to do alteration. So the another option, they won't go for the investment. Then that what we have to do, we have to do the alteration into the existing feeder so that that can make workable to the existing conditions. So it starts from beginning. Then train manpower rotation is also very difficult because they keep on changing. So usually once we make standardization of the operation, we make a SOP for each flour mill. And there will be the booklet or kind of document that will be given to them. Even though during the operation, see, one of the challenges is variation into the capacity. If I am telling my mill capacity is 4 tons per hour, but on day-to-day basis, it will not run 4 tons per hour. Sometimes it goes 4.2 tons per hour, 3.8 tons per hour, 3.5 tons per hour also. Depending on day-to-day moisture we add into the wheat, that will have a lot of influence into the grinding. Sometimes your stone may not work, some capacity will come down, wear and tear. So if you look at the fluctuation into the load, has to also match into your feeding rate. So they will be giving entire training and will clearly make a table that if you are running at 3.10, this should be your output. And on day-to-day basis, twice in a shift, they have to check the output of the feeder. So it is very important to have a technology training to them, certification, standardization, SOPs has to be made for customized for each and every mill. That is what the recently, 1 month before I was in Shimla, where they are doing it, entire 7.3 million population is getting PDS fortified atta. But again, the lacuna is, they don't have individual training to be provided. So that what we were discussing, the challenge is to how to do that one. Otherwise, what will happen, your rates of the fluctuation will be there, and then getting the compliances with FSSI is very difficult. Sometimes you may have the addition more, you have the addition less. This is typically the problem with wheat flour. Maybe rice, we are very fixed rate, capacity of the batch is fixed. That could be again oil and but in case of wheat, these are the challenges we face. But yeah, proper training given to them is the important tool. And understanding them, very important that, see, as a miller, basically I was a miller for 5 years, worked before joining the CFTRI. So we think about what is the advantage we are going to get out of it. And that is kind of neglected, okay, the government is doing it, I want to do it. So that has to be removed, I have to remove from their mind. And proper training, certification, monitoring has to be done regularly. And these are the challenges usually we have faced and we have overcome on that with the government support.
Of course, I have a very general questions to you. You see, sometimes it is driven by the government perspective. Another aspect is that, private sectors. What is the, whether somebody has shown their interest to involve themselves in this kind of fortification program so far, your experience?
Yeah, actually, I would like to mention that not really much more, but there are many mills voluntarily they are doing the fortification. I would like to give the example of Visakhapatnam Harmony Foods. They took our technology in 2009. After taking a technology, there are a lot of changes in the regulation 2009 to till. So what they did, they hired one doctor, medical, and then they started giving the advertisement into the local news channel. And I will tell you, from 2009 till today, they fortified around 50 to 60 tons of atta per day by using the technology. So there are many players voluntarily, and they will do, and those who are doing it voluntarily, they really concentrate on to the kind of feeder what they have, kind of monitoring system. They do a regular analysis of their products into the NABL accredited lab, say 2 months or 3 months. Once monitoring systems are better in place, So those who are doing voluntarily, they have, I think, better success of doing. Whenever government intervention comes, I think they should do it better than the voluntary. But I feel there is a lacuna where whenever government implementations are there, one of the biggest challenge I would like to mention is the premix. Now, if you take an example of most of the government programs, the premix is a choice of miller. So, and people will ask me, sir, these rates are some 60 rupees per kg is available, some 300 rupees is available, which is the best. So always I insist last 15 to 20 years to the government agency, buy that fortificants so that it can make consistent. Otherwise it is very difficult. I'm not telling who is doing good or who is doing bad, but it is very difficult. The miller will go again the lowest cost fortificants available into the market that don't have better control things, and your entire system will get collapsed. So buying a good quality of premix, centralized procurement, and then that is giving to the mills could be the best option, I feel, to overcome the challenges of premix.
That's great. So I'll have another query to Mr. Prasant Bhatt. Of course, you know, mother dairy is the largest kind of, not milk as well, other commodities as well. So how do envisage or how do you visualize these challenges to integrate this fortification in your large, volume that you float in terms of milk and other commodities as well? And second question is that, we are talking about the cost. Cost is another criteria in the whole supply chain. And how do, trying to minimize the cost of the, if say milk or rice or other commodities as well, to convince the people, yes, because consumers are very sensitive about the cost. So can you highlight some of the aspect on it?
So when we started off, there was no capex required for this fortification as such in the dairy industry, because you can use the same infra for fortification. We in dairy handle huge volume silos, like 50,000 liters or 1 lakh liter. And the premix that gets added is in a very small quantity. As an example, for a 50,000 liter tank, you need just 1 liter of premix. And moreover, within this premix also, the quantity of vitamin A and D is either in milligrams or micrograms. So as an example, for 50,000 liters of milk, you would add around 18 grams of vitamin A and just 0.3 grams of vitamin D. The issue is, how do you distribute it throughout the silo? So we did a lot of trials and then arrived at the right kind of agitation so that it gets distributed. Then another issue that we had faced was there was a batch-to-batch variation in the micronutrient levels. Then we went to the root cause. We found that the premix that we get, that is not uniformly distributed, because the premix maker would make, say, 100 kg batch size, and they fill it in 1 liter each small packs. But within that 1 liter each small pack, the vitamin A and D distribution has to be right in order to get the right level of these two vitamins in the finished product. So we worked with the premix supplier, and then we tried to get it right in terms of the distribution there. One more thing is that vitamin D analysis is a very difficult thing to do. It requires a highly advanced instrument, which is called as LCMS. It is a very costly instrument also. And to extract vitamin D from milk matrix and then to analyze is a complex thing. And we have a NABL accredited lab in-house lab within R&D itself, so which monitors the vitamin A and D level of premix as well as the finished product. So it took some time to get it stabilized, but now everything is smooth. Now coming to the stability of these two vitamins. Milk, once consumer buys it, as a practice they boil the milk at home, and then it goes into things like tea, curd, etc. So what we have seen is if you add an overage of around 20%, then you can take care of the label requirement easily. because the pasteurization at the factory, then boiling at home, it can degrade the vitamins to a level of around 20% max. So that kind of overage that we add in the premix so that we meet the label declaration. And cost is quite low, as I said, is around say 7 to 8 paisa per liter of milk for the kind of benefits the consumer would get. Because many consumers do not know that they have the micronutrient deficiency, because most of the times it is not clinically visible. They do not get diseases immediately, but it is slowly built within the body. The impact is slowly built. And then finally it leads to serious things like osteoporosis or say night blindness in the case of vitamin A and D. So the best thing is to deliver it through a essential commodity like milk or say rice or say wheat, which every household buys and they consume it on a daily basis. So it is very important to do that. Otherwise, to introduce vitamin A and D in milk is not a complex thing. It can be easily done, provided you have the will to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Prasant. So I will have a quick questions to Mr. Omang. Mr. Bhatt says overdose. That is a critical factor. That overdose, that is very critical. That, of course, decide your economics or costing. Okay, overdose. So can you highlight some of your experience? How to design a product, or fortification basically, I'm talking in this perspective, a product based on the optimized design of the ingredients, and they are going to take the costing as well. Okay, can you highlight some of the approaches that you adopt in your farm?
We see in double fortified salt, it is not just the color, it's the color, the active, the release, the moisture protection. You also need heat protection because it is stored for a long time. So we, in the cost, in the design perspective, even we have to design some of the machines that we have to develop in-house for lipid coatings, for wax coatings, so that the release of the active is, first it is stored for 1 year or 2 years, because a house lady would actually even store it for a long period of time. And that really is not, the fortificant has to be protected inside while we are ensuring a long-term stability. So we do design machines to actually help to reduce the cost of the fortificants, and right amount of right amount of coating material, so that they are economical. They are not that expensive, because we are into nutraceutical and pharmaceuticals also, but there you can afford it because it's people buy supplements by choice. But this is, you're talking in paisa, or you're talking in very low amounts here. So we do develop the machine, the technology, and the coating material selection, so that it is price economical, so that it's not very expensive. And it serves the purpose of heat, moisture, long-term protection, shelf life, all of it.
With continuation, basically, iron is the most complex thing, and we have a lot of iron form that is allowed by the FSSAI regulation to add it into the system. It could be ferrous sulfate, ferrous fumarate, electric iron, ADTA, and so on. So when you are selecting the iron form, two things comes into the mind. One is the cost, bioavailability, and the second thing now, which matrix it is going to go. That means its effect onto the quality of your finished products. For example, if you are really looking for whole wheat flour, the ADTA is good. So it will not bound by the phytic acid. Wherever you have the phytic acid, ADTA component is good, but ADTA is 3 to 4 times costlier than the ferrous sulfate, if I am correct. Yeah? So these matrix, then you have the magnet into your system. Electrically reduced iron will get attracted towards that, because if you go to any bakery, the starting has to start with the magnet and then shifter, and then it goes to the baking. In case of a mill also, after fortification, it has to go once again to the strong magnet. So that also has to be taken into the consideration. When it comes to the shelf life, also iron forms plays very important role. Some of the iron forms, they take parts into the oxidation more, and your shelf life will go. Some of the iron forms are very dark in color, and when we are fortifying the refined wheat flour, say maida, you can get a black spot into your flour. So definitely, and for that solution, as sir has mentioned, encapsulation is one of the solution. Again, the cost is going to increase with that one. So it's basically a two-way situation. In fact, if you look at earlier norms over there, in atta we must use the EDTA, but that is also given a choice. So sometimes by regulation I am correct. I am adding everything. So whether it is phytic acid is there, whether it is going to reach more bioavailability and all this, that is not my concern. On paper I am adding as per those standards. So I'll always know if you are doing with the whole wheat flour, the EDTA can be made as a mandatory. When you are going with the refined wheat flour, because you are taking 25% of the bran, your 90% of the phytic acid is getting reduced during the processing or milling of wheat into the flour. So I think these are the criteria. It plays very important role while making the premixes at premix level. Yeah.
To add on, so we at IIT Delhi, of course, we are working extensively on rice fortification and wheat fortification. And one critical aspect of that, of course, I will highlight one critical aspect of quality checks. So we spoke about the technology, about the operational cost, their efficiencies. One critical aspect is that quality check. So if you say, there are so many lab-based techniques. If you say iron, we have, ICMS, or you say vitamin B12, we have HPLC, now they recommend LCMS. So we have techniques, but if you see the volume and the scale of the rice or wheat or milk at the grassroots level, this is quite. So in there, this lab-based techniques doesn't work many times. So what we are doing at IITD, we are trying to establish some kind of real-time detection kits, handheld devices, which will say the real-time micronutrient level in the fortifiers. Dr. Sakare said, what is the source of the salt? That is critical. That depends on your costing as well. Nowadays people say L1 basis. If you say rice based on the L1. The L1 comes based on the, what is the kind of source of this iron you are adding there. So, if you see the FSI, they have the regulations, they say PPP or some kind of source, but how to determine that one? We at IIT level, we have established techniques how to detect the source as well the concentration of iron. Another aspect we have established, I said, I asked Abhishek, what is the homogeneity label? So homogeneity label, like Edwin said, there is a counting method is there. Okay. So what we have developed, we have established some kind of image-based technique where I can identify non-destructively what is the level of homogeneity in your sample. Of course, suppose that will reduce your whole process or whole costing as well in the whole supply chain. Another aspect we have been working aflatoxin as well. Toxins basically, how to detect toxins and food level, real-time basis. I'm talking real-time basis, not the lab-based techniques. These are the quite interesting things we have been working at IT level. So of course, I request, those are interested in the field, they can visit anytime to my lab. They can see what is the, we as academic or institutions, we do research. Somebody has to come forward to invest that and take it to the field level. That is our expectation. If anybody from the audience is keen for this technology, they are welcome. They can visit anytime to my lab at IIT Delhi, and we'll demonstrate technology. We need the partnership with industry, those are sitting in the audience, or anybody else. So with that, I'll open the floor for open discussion. If you have 1 or 2 queries, you can have to our panelists, so that after that we'll close this session. I have another 15 minutes to go ahead. Yes. So it will be better if you introduce yourself. Better if you introduce,
My name is Parthabatim Das. I head a consulting firm by the name PGI Associates, which is based in Delhi in the space of technology and marketing. As the discussion on fortification was primarily overlapping with rice, my question would be, we do fortification to add micronutrients in the rice variants that we're talking about. But we have a rice variant in India, which is a heritage rice variant, Kala Namak rice, which is actually rich as a descriptor. It is actually rich in micronutrients, especially iron and zinc. And it has a heritage, means Bhagwan Buddha, Lord Buddha, had actually offered those grains to his direct disciples, and for centuries they are being produced across the 11 districts of eastern UP, and that's why that has got a GI tag today. But they're actually lacking the scalability part of it, the popularization of that thing, because it can have a huge market, but that's not. Why we are not popularizing it, developing it, wherein research interventions have already been done by ICAR, because they're not going for this food fortification, but they have gone for biofortification and developed dwarf variant for better production as such. So my point is that why we are not commercializing in a big way, popularizing, because in this case, we don't require fortification to be done. It's already there, which we are doing artificially in other variants. Your views?
Yes, the biofortification, is quite interesting. But if you see the scale or volume of the rice required in the whole PDS system, of course, the biofortification, you said black rice? Okay, any rice, what you spoke. I mean, probably that will not meet the volume or the scale of the rice that is being flooded in a PDS system. Of course, you said that rice, probably it is quite good in terms of regional consumption. One thing, and this volume or scale of that rise in pan-India basis, that has to be explored. I mean, we don't deny it, but you see, ICR has started some kind of biofortification. Of course, if you see Nabi, Chandigarh, Mumbai, Mohali, they have been trying with biofortification, but the scale and volume of the rice that narrowed down that biofortification so far in India.
11 districts of Uttar Pradesh,
yes,
have got the GI tag. I'm not talking about only one district or one city as such. 11 districts. It's across eastern UP, Gorakhpur belt as such. Siddharth Nagar is the base of it. Government of UP is actually trying a lot of things. They are there, and that's mostly for the Buddhist, consumers too across Far Eastern Asia. So because Buddhism is very prominent over there, that's for them, even within India, and for maybe, as we consume, basmati rice, we consume Govindabhog, rice. They are premium rice, but we consume it. And that can be, in a similar fashion, that can be done. What I'm saying, the production bases are there, but they got, they got diluted in terms of proposition once Green Revolution took place. And thereafter, nowadays, ICAR has come up with some research activities, but still yet to be popularized. Scalability can be done, but it's not being done. That's the point.
Yes, your suggestion is well taken. Probably this is would be one of the recommendations to go ahead. Yes. Anybody else?
Yes, my name is Amrendra. I am Chief Scientific Officer in F3 Biotechnology, also from TS Chandra Lab. So my question is, do we have any limits in terms of variety of fortification? What means, how long we will go, means what are the varieties of minerals and vitamins we will be keeps on the fortifying? Why I am asking is, recently we are working with BioE3 policy, Government of India, and with AIMS Rishikesh and IIT Roorkee. So here we are using selenium and molybdenum, and FSSI don't have regulation on these as a fortification as of now for the testing verification. So is there anything will come to set the limit, and or we have to keep trying the fortification as per the deficiency comes growth wise of the humans, like baby, mother, that lactating stage, old age stage. Thank you.
See, there are specification regulation laid down by the FSSI, and there is a minimum and maximum limit already has been given. So if you take a specification of rice fortification or wheat flour fortification or any other fortification, the regulations has clearly mentioned ppm, say example, if you have the...
No, I mean variety of minerals. I am not setting the limit of the materials what we are using. Like just variety, like we have vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin K, everything. So how long we will go means all vitamins we have to fortify irrespective of the grains, materials, salts. So, or we have limited something that certain minerals and certain vitamins should be fortified, rest others should not be touched.
Yeah, definitely. See, if you look at the programs, we never go for all the micronutrient that is required, because most of the micronutrients will get from the regular food. But when the regulations are made, we will find out the common deficiency. So iron deficiency is very common in India. And what you are rightly said is now we have to go beyond and find out the specific requirement. Could be the requirement during the pregnancy is different, requirement during the childhoods are different. And there are the government program that goes food that is supplied to the pregnant woman. That time we see that the per serving, the 33% of the RDA can be given from that particular food. So still there is a scope of other food, because the pregnant woman or the healthy man also is not going to eat one food. So he will be eating the multiple foods. When fortification is also done, around 25 to 30% of RDA can be given per serving from that food. So definitely it is not all the nutrient it will go. Those which is deficiencies common into the society, like iron and zinc has been taken care at the, like iodine, it is mandatory and it has to go, so that has been taken care. But there are other nutrient, if they don't found the deficiency into the society, that will not be taken care as a part of the fortification.
Thank you. My question is that my name is Sushil Dubey. My question is how India remove chemical from farming, because lot of chemical include in farming and food processing. So when India remove this chemical farming and natural farming is coming there in India, because people are unhealthy and they are taking unhealthy food and admitted in hospitals. So that are very critical things. So what?
I understood. You are asking why. Of course, you see, fortification is one of the strategies. Okay, the key parameter that we always say, dietary diversification. Okay, but that is not substantial nowadays. Therefore, we are going for the food fortification. Of course, if you say fortification, it is a preventive strategy. We are not saying you will recover. It is a preventive strategy. You can, at same time, you can use so many, you say dietary diversification. You go ahead with the natural kind of foods, organic foods, that will improve. But this is food fortification, we say it is one of them where the micronutrient diversity in a human being would improve. That is the whole definition or program of this fortification. Otherwise, you can opt the diversity in your diet. That is, you say it's a natural one. No need of going. Why we are coming forward for fortification? Because people don't know other this kind of diversity. Because of there, we are going to the food fortification. Of course, you can opt any techniques, any food that will improve our diversity in terms of micronutrients.
To add to what we were discussing just previously, as our Honorable Joint Secretary Deveshji said in the morning, that we as an industry, we should have genuine feedback to the ministry so that we can have things implemented on a larger scale. So the ministry has rightly addressed the vulnerable population, and they are being supplied staples with fortification, with fortified rice and fortified atta in some states. If we can have an advisory to address the workforce, like if say there is a mine or there are big factories who have a lot of employees, but they are not having access to the fortified rice from the public distribution system. So if we can have an advisory for a workforce nutrition, so that it caters to the mass catering program. Also, Another very valid point regarding this is we have to have mass awareness of the benefits of fortified rice and fortified atta so that it is just not limited to one single section of the society and is accessible to all. A very important aspect in this, which I feel is in heavy products which are consumed in larger units in our households, in cities we have a tendency to order it online. So why can't we have a section for fortified or fortified variants of things available online? So if we can explore things in such directions, I believe the whole idea of fortification would grow in a much faster pace. Thank you.
Yes, we'll have a lunch break, so we'll discuss with our panelists if there are further questions. So I'm coming to the conclusion of this session. So, you know what we discussed, of course, I discuss, so far technology is concerned, we have well-established technology so far in terms of manufacturing, in terms of quality standards, in terms of assuring the QA/QC as well. So what we are lacking, probably reaching at the mass scale. That is quite interesting. Probably that has to be strengthened. And then that will ensure a consumer trust as well. So for that, industry plays a key role, maintaining this quality as well and reaching at the consumption level as well. So, of course, somebody must be writing this minutes of the conclusion. Okay. So finally, if I conclude, if fortification, of course, truly has to be reached at the grassroots level, we need to have a trust within ourselves, maybe it's academic institutions, many manufacturer, processing as well at the farmers level or the consumption level. That is the key for the whole success. So one key aspect is that, of course, fortification, as I said, I'm always saying, emphasizing that one, it is one of the strategies. It is not the key to improve the micronutrient diversity in our food system. You can go the dietary diversification where you can improve your micronutrient as well. With that, I thank all my panelists and all the audience for their patience listening. Of course, I thank all my panelists for their efforts to convince this topic to the audience as well. So with that, I conclude the session. I thank you all for your patience listening. Thank you so much.
Our sincere gratitude to the learned panel for such a broad horizon and for traversing us through such a spectrum of nuances on fortification, nutrition, and consumer engagement. Thank you so much for your truly meaningful and impactful deliberations. We will seek 2 more minutes of yours for some round of felicitation. And if I may begin with requesting the session moderator to kindly do the honors of felicitating the distinguished speakers and the panel members. Felicitations to Mr. Prashant Bhatt. And pour in some gratitude, ladies and gentlemen. Felicitations to Mr. Abhishek Agarwal. Felicitations to Mr. Suresh Sakre. Felicitations to Mr. Umang Buddharaja. And if I may now request you, sir, Mr. Prashant Bhatt, sir, to kindly do the honors of felicitating the distinguished moderator for the session, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Jatindra K. Sahu. They've not just fueled our minds, but also have shown us our clocks that high time to fuel our bodies too. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are more than happy to welcoming you all to this lunch break, but request you all to be mindful and reconvene back as we have the CEO FSSAI joining us right after the lunch break, and the session commences at 2:30 sharp. So we request you all to kindly enjoy your meals and be back here by 2:30. Also, the QR scanners which are sitting on the tabletops have details about this event, the speakers' profiles, and more. So you may have a look at that whenever you find time. Thank you very much. of all the delegates. May we have your attention, please? We request you all to kindly reassemble. This is to bring to the attention of all those who are yet to take their seats. We are ready to begin with the proceedings for our plenary session 3. We request you all to kindly reassemble and take your seats. Thank you. We are being joined by the CEO FSSAI, requesting all those who are yet to take their seats to kindly settle down. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a resounding round of applause, Shri Rajat Punhani, the Chief Executive Officer, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, an exemplary and non-pareil persona leading us. Thank you so very much, sir, for your gracious presence and time. Ladies and gentlemen, we now deep dive into a session that creates super opportunities for our superfoods. And I request the distinguished panel members to kindly grace the dais as I now invite Mr. Rajneet Kohli, the Chairman CII National Food Processing Conclave 2026, the Executive Director, Foods, Hindustan Unilever Limited, Mr. Prashant Parmeshwaran, the founder of Soulful, Mr. Manish Anand, the founder and CEO of Mithila Naturals, Mr. Jashid Hamid, the co-founder of Nuvedo, Ms. Meghna Narayanan, the CEO of Slurp Farm, Ms. Sarla Man, the co-founder, Husband Wife Farm. Welcoming all the distinguished guests and dignitaries, I now request Mr. Rajneet Kohli to kindly take forth the session proceedings.
A very good afternoon to everybody. A session just after lunch is a difficult one. I call it the graveyard hour. It's difficult to keep. So my job is to keep you awake for the next 5 minutes and I'm going to speak. But then again, you have an amazing panel which will keep you very intrigued. I'm sure everybody in very good sense. So really honor and really feel very good welcoming Mr. Rajat Punhani here, the CEO of Food Safety and Authority of India. What a fantastic, we just interacted in backyard and I felt, I must say and compliment. It didn't feel that we're meeting for the first time. We've interacted with many of the authorities, but you are very welcoming and you're very reassuring to see that he's really open. He says he's been there 4 months. It doesn't seem like he seems very experienced. He knows codex to every nutrition and every discussion we've been having. So thank you, sir, for joining us today. And I also acknowledge and welcome the distinguished panelists and guests who are here. It's a privilege to have all of us here. And a forum like this is a great learning experience. And I'm here to actually learn and listen to everybody in terms of what really it brings to it. What's pertinent to note that India's nutrition challenges span several fronts. On one hand, a large portion of lower income classes is undernourished. On the other hand, higher income group, everybody is talking about health these days. It's never been a conversation like today that everybody is talking about protein, there's discussion about gut health, there's discussion about probiotics, antibiotics. There's so much conversation that's going across. And reality is that there is a lifestyle diseases like diabetics, hypertension, and coronary heart disease. India is known to be a capital of that. So how do you kind of marry and balance this as companies and as leaders in this industry of how do you kind of balance and meet these things? I think since inception, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, has been at the forefront working to create a regularity environment that while different from other countries, it's tailored to Indian unique needs. And that's very important because Indians, food is very, very close to us. It's just not food, it's emotion. And it's very important that part of that. But it's been tailored around India. And when the Codex was brought into India, the global standard was all tailored towards Indian working arrangements. I think it compromised the quality, the growing trends or alteration, the instances of product integrity issues are real. And that's where the serious challenges are being addressed by FSSAI. Must compliment the CII Food and Agriculture Center of Excellence has been working closely with FSSAI. And I would like to take this opportunity to express a deep gratitude to the FSSAI for the constant guidance and support towards the sector growth. I think what's important is that FSSAI here has embarked on a large-scale effort to transform the country's food system to ensure safe, healthy, and sustainable food to all Indians through the Eat India Right movement. the government, the food businesses, societies, organizations, everybody, experts coming together and ensuring that citizens at large, we get the highest quality of food that we consume. The industry has also responded in this movement by launching healthier products options, and that's what we were discussing just at the lunch, after lunch, that what we need to do as Indians is as companies to provide options to consumers, both in terms of whether it's whether it's sugar-free, less sugar, all kind of various. Let the consumer be made more aware, and in terms of what he or she is consuming. And therefore, important that zero sugar variants, amla-based beverages, low-salt formulations, using micronized salt. How can we reduce sugar, sodium, salt? All organizations carry that goal, and how we kind of imbibe that to happen. To support MSMEs in formulation of healthier food products, the CII Food and Agricultural Center of Excellence, FACE, has designed a course with the support of SSI, and the certificate course on product formulation for healthier choices has also been there for entrepreneurs, startups, and food scientists focus on developing healthier products and contributing to a healthier India. Mr. Prashant Parmeshwaran, who's here, the founder of Soulful, thank you for being with us to moderate this session. Your work in building a millet-based food into an incredible aspirational and scalable category makes you particularly well placed in this, to lead this conversation. Interestingly, I also represent a brand which is the original millet drink of India with the malt millets, which is Horlicks. And we were just discussing that can you reduce sugar in your malt drinks. It was there, and happy to share that we've now come up with zero added sugar variant of also Horlicks. It's a 150 years young brand. It's been there since even before even Coke and Pepsi came into the world. So getting, as organization, becoming more aware and knowing your responsibilities to ensure that healthier options are provided is the way forward. This session, Nature's Best, India's Next, aligns closely with the broader theme of the Conclave. India's food processing frontier, fueling growth and advancing opportunity. It reflects on how India's traditional strengths, we are there in millets, we talked about in earlier sessions, was about makhanas, how important they are, but not just makhanas. Today everybody is talking about moringi, they're talking about ashwagandha, they're talking about turmeric. Turmeric latte has become really, if you go to UK these days, it's turmeric latte that's being talked about. These are some things which India, we should, make in India, but take to the world with pride, and can be transformed into really high value. It's not just about production, that how do you kind of bring brands and create high value, future-ready products that serve both domestic as well as global markets. These categories represent a powerful convergence of nutrition, sustainability, rural livelihoods, and global consumer trends. And with the right processing, quality systems, and branding, I think we have a huge opportunity to take a real differentiation in the Indian food economy. With this, I'm now honored to invite Mr. Rajat P.S. Gopalakrishnan, Chief CEO, FSSAI Standards of India, for his keynote address. Sir, if you can please join in for your address. Look forward to hear from you. Thank you.
So good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to be here. I've got a speech prepared by my office. So if you have to blame anyone, you can blame my office. So FSSAI, I think everyone here would know about it. So it's basically, it's a regulator for food. And we also do a lot of public health initiatives to strengthen India's food safety ecosystem. So so over the years, and it's not a very old organization, it was, the act is just of 2006. So over the years, we have also shifted a little from scientific risk-based regulation to enhanced consumer awareness and greater accountability of the FBOs, that's the food and business operators. A key focus was, and it still is, the rationalization, as we were discussing over in the roundtable, the rationalization of food safety standards, especially nowadays, you're having a whole lot of new products, new ingredients. So there's a greater need. Now we're having even lab food coming up. So there's a greater need for rationalization of the food safety standards. So the process is a little lengthy. As many of you may be aware, it goes to a scientific panel, then it goes to a scientific committee, and then it goes to the Food Authority. But we are trying to align ourselves with the global best practices and international benchmarks. And there's also emphasis on strengthening the labeling and display norms, so that whatever you are putting in a product, and now consumers are getting more and more aware, as you can see on social media also, that how much of added sugar, how much of salt, saturated fats, misleading claims. We get a lot of flack on social media, and I think many of the FBOs also do, from consumers regarding these ingredients. So as was mentioned in the earlier address also, there's a lot of consumer awareness that is growing, and I think we need to adapt and evolve in this fast-changing, consumer awareness field. So we also have launched, quite a few campaigns. One of them, which many of you might have heard of, is Eat Right India movement, which evolved into a nationwide ecosystem-based intervention addressing food safety. As you might be aware that even now, while, on one hand people say that, there's nourishment problem, but on the other hand, even the Honorable Prime Minister gave a call during the independence speech on obesity, about reducing intake of oil, about antibiotics. So these are various fields which are not only affecting the more privileged lot, but even the less privileged sections of society are also being affected by these things. So we have Eat Right India, we have it across, we have an Eat Right campus, for example, for schools and colleges. We have Eat Right street food. We try and train our street vendors under a program called FOSTAC. But still there's a lot of work to be done. I don't know how, many of you in the audience or on the panel can help in that way, that at least our street food, we should at least target that it should be hygienic on one hand, and secondly, the quality and standards of food that they serve should also be in consonance with the norms. So that is also one of our high priorities, because large amount of consumption is on street food. It's much more than we maybe realize. Even if he may be selling even a burger, but he might be selling it on a street, and it's not packaged food, so there's no labeling. So how do we, and consumption amount is huge. A lot of youngsters. So how do we? I wouldn't say regulate, but how do we motivate them to serve in a hygienic and less oil, less added sugar, and less salt, that kind of food to be served? Because street food is our pride also. It's our pride, so it should continue to be a source of pride, and even the more privileged people should want to go to the street food and say, okay, I can eat here and it will not affect my health. Besides that, there's institutional strengthening we have tried to do. Right now, I am told that everything is online. Your licensing, registration is all online. Niti Aayog is also, we're working with Niti Aayog to liberalize that also, so that below a certain turnover, which will cover almost, I think, 90% of the FBOs, they will just need a registration. So there will not be any, mandatory pre-inspection kind of checks. But it is a trust-based governance, but so we'll do a post-audit, and we hope that, this will be a more smoother system of ease of doing business. And even for the larger FBOs, we are increasing the threshold so that you can, if you're functioning only in one state, then you can get a state license and you need not bother about getting a central license. If you're functioning in many states, then you have the option to either take a license from the center or from a number of states like you do it now. So that is your option. The advantage of taking it from the center that it's easier, and but the disadvantage is that if something goes wrong, then your license can get into trouble for many states. While if you have a license in each state, so if something goes wrong and so your license is affected only in one state. But basically we're trying to move to a trust-based governance. But with trust comes responsibility and accountability, so that goes hand in hand. Another thing which we just mentioned, like millets. Millets is now, fortunately now there's a lot of awareness about millets, and there is a move towards having more and more millets, which is our local food and healthier. And the other challenge that we're facing is what we call nutraceuticals, or what in many countries we call health supplements or food supplements. Yesterday also we had a meeting with Dr. Paul in Niti Aayog on, how do we categorize what is a health supplement, what is a food supplement for medicinal purpose, what will be a drug, because nowadays with e-commerce going in a big way, we find a lot of these health supplements being sold online. So we are getting a lot of complaints from the consumers that we are not aware whether it's safe to take this. So we're trying to have a policy on that. And on 19th February, we're having a stakeholder summit to get some feedback from the industry and the consumers. So with these words, I congratulate CII for organizing this conclave and bringing together key stakeholders from across the sector. In conclusion, I reaffirm FSSAI's unwavering commitment to working in close partnership with all stakeholders to build a holistic and enabling food ecosystem which will ensure public health and food safety standards. Thank you.
And have a big round of applause for Mr. Punani. Thank you, sir. What a refreshing line. I never heard earlier from any of the FSI, or trust with governance with trust. I mean, that's a whole new paradigm in the sense it's very assuring from corporates and I can say that as you rightly said, the responsibility and the accountability lies with us taking it forward. With that, I have a pleasure of handing over to Prashant here, who's going to moderate the next session, which is all going to be about how we can make India not just the food in India, but take it global, and how can nutrition play a really, really big, powerful role. So, Prashant, over to you. Looking forward to hear.
Thank you, Rajneet. So I actually have the fun job, right, which is essentially just ensure the mic passes along, be a timekeeper, and if you hear me cough, it's not the Delhi weather, it's because your esteemed panelist has shot overtime. Without giving any more pressure. But I think, it's an interesting session. For me, I'm grateful to be in this spot, having built a nice, beautiful brand and landing it into the house of Tatas, a brand called Soulful. Interesting panel that we have today. 4 M's: millets, moringa, mushroom, and makana. It's just so interesting that you have a panel of superfoods and all of them start with M. And given that everything is starting with M, I said, let's start with the person whose name starts with an M. Meghna, over to you, and if you can just do orders. What we're going to just do is we're going to go around. Our panelists would introduce their brand very briefly, but I think more interestingly, how are they different from whoever is there in that brand. And as entrepreneurs, I think the best person to actually tell their story is the entrepreneur themselves. And hence we have done this because I've seen myself be getting butchered when somebody tries to read off a script. So I said, better to hear it from the entrepreneurs themselves. Meghna, over to you.
Super, thanks Prashant. It's really nice to be here on this panel with such an esteemed audience. So I'm Meghna Narayan. I'm one of the 2 mothers that started Slurp Farm. It's a 9-year-old brand now. But we really started when both Shorvi and my children mine was sort of 2 years old. I was a working mother. I had sort of gone back to work 6 months after I started, I had my daughter. And I think like most working, not mums only, but parents, I was looking on the grocery shelf for options. to help me try and have it all. And the opportunity was staring me right in the face. The interesting thing I think about, at any age, when you're having kids, your friends are also having kids. And I realized that this was not my problem alone. There were lots and lots of mums who were looking for newer options. There had been no innovation in the children's food space since my mother was a child. So it just felt there was an opportunity to build a beautiful business in this space and help lots of mums and parents and feed young children. It's been 9 years, about 70 odd products. Broadly, the categories we're in, we do a whole toddler line, we do a breakfast cereal line, we do pancake mixes, it's what we're very famous for. Dosa mixes, snacks, cookies, and so on. But I think, we didn't start out wanting to be a millet food company. We just wanted to be a clean label food company, which doesn't use anything artificial. It was almost like when I saw the nutrition table of millets, I thought there was a typo. I thought the decimal was in the wrong place for ragi's calcium number. So I went and double-checked, with my friendly friend Google, and it, just told me what maybe lots of people knew, and certainly what my mother knew. So I used to swim competitively for Karnataka and India, and my morning started at 4:30. And the fun fact about me, Prashant, is that my mother made me eat a god-awful bowl of ragi porridge every morning. She knew, without reading any Lancet article, that this was a sort of a high, low GI, would keep me full for the 100-kilometer weeks that I swam. Really, I think, they say, of course, now I'm drawing a line between 2 points, but I think the seeds were sown then for me. I realized that the answers really was not outside in some grocery shelf in New York City, but in my grandmother's kitchen. And that's how the whole sort of Slurp Farm story began. And I want to say it was great fun to see the Prime Minister champion it in 2023. I think we and many others, Soulful, I feel we're all on the same team, just trying to get people to add a bit more diversity to their food. And that's what we're trying to do.
Nice, thank you. Thank you so much. I've been watching Meghna's journey, and I think if any of you have not tried out Slurp Farm, very easily available, you should do it. And I think what you've built is also a very, very beautiful brand. Thank you. So now we'll stick with this M theme till I can last with it. So next we'll go to Mr. Makhana man, Mr. Manish. It would be great if you could, share some light about your story and how different you are. And yes, if there is something, a quirk, a fun fact, something that you have to just make the afternoon a little lively as well, please.
Right. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity to speak about my brand. My state, I come from Bihar, district called Madhubani, where we all know Madhubani painting. So Madhubani is now known for Makhana and also known for Mithila Naturals, where we are building Makhana-based food products. It's not only, I would say, backward integration, but also the forward integration. So I'm not from agriculture background, so I came about 8-9 years back in this segment, right from building products. I was working for a company, that's a UK company, and my last project was Intellia glass. I was actually in the glass industry. So I left that. The simple reason is that, because I wanted to go back to my root, to develop and to have something meaningful to make out of agriculture. And I found Makhana is something which I can definitely work it out. And having said that, we started right from farming till branding. So we are one of the few companies where we do right from what we call it water to platter business model. It means that we farm it, we process it, we add value, and then we also brand it. So in our business model, we have two segments again. One is the B2B, which we built year around, almost 6-7 years. We are present in B2B. Still we are there, and we are supplying to all big brands, consumer brands like, again, Tata, Star Bazaar, Reliance, DMart and all. But in last few months, we have decided to have our own brand after developing a few of the products which is actually consumer friendly, and why it is called makhana, called as a superfood. So we would like to showcase the world that makhana is what we eat as a white ball or maybe roasted one. Is not only that, makhana is actually a superfood, and we would like to make this product for right from a morning breakfast to after dinner dessert. So we have made everything out of makhana in between. So right now we have 5 products which we are building and which actually is in commercial place, like full makhana, makhana powder, makhana roasted, which we all know we eat and we snack it. This is a ready to eat segment. Then we have ready to cook segments, 2 products, which is makhana kheer, which we can say as a dessert, which is a very easy to, it is, one can cook, make right on this table. And another one is a makhana shake. So which we are building as a different, entity, as a makhana cafe kind of situation, I think. So that's all as of now, and in future we will have another 4 or 5 products which we are going to build, like makhana cookies, makhana breakfast cereal, and other few more products. So as of now, thank you so much, and as things progress, we'll speak more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manish.
Yes. No, because actually you're from Bihar. Where? Madhuban. So I'm from Bihar cadre. So when I joined, in Bihar cadre in 1992, then in makhana used to be, what do I say? It used to be, it's a superfood and it's so nutritious, but only poor people would eat it. No one well off would say, nahi, makhana, nahi khana hai. And over the years, I must give credit to people like you, and to Bihar government has also tried a lot to promote makhana, because it is so nutritious, and like millets has now also come back into our diet. Makhana has also now come back, but now it's so expensive.
So when I started, just to add that, when I started 10 years back, makhana, I'm talking about the farm side, it's 200 rupees a kg farmers used to sell. Now they are selling 1,000 rupees. So it is better for farmers.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Ma'am, I think it'll be great now for us to move from, makhana to something which is very popular in the south, moringa, right? And Sarla ma'am, it will be very, very nice if you could, give us a little bit about your story and how it's different, and maybe also educate a little bit about. Can I have a quick show of hands of how many people know about moringa? A quick show of hands? Oh, okay. We're like Meghna said, this is a room that is of already the converted, but ma'am, your story, please.
Ji, thank you. I am Sarla Man. I am from Haryana, Sonipat district, Gohana Tehsil, and I am from village Mahmudpur. We are first organic moringa farmers brand in Haryana. We started moringa farming in 2018. As a farmer, I have, I think I can speak in Hindi. Yes. तो मेरे हस्बैंड जितेंद्र मान ने TCS से इंजीनियरिंग की जॉब को रिज़ाइन करके हम अपने नेटिव गांव महमूदपुर में शिफ्ट हुए. वहाँ पे हमने ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग शुरू की मोरिंगा की 2018 में, और अभी आज 2026 में हम 4 एकड़ का मोरिंगा अपने विलेज से हमारी खुद की वेबसाइट से पूरा सेल आउट कर देते हैं. हम विंटर्स में आउट ऑफ स्टॉक हो जाते हैं. और इसका कारण ये है क्योंकि हम जो मोरिंगा बना रहे हैं, मिट्टी से लेकर, जिस मिट्टी में हमने मोरिंगा 2018 में लगाया था, 2018 में मिट्टी सीमेंटेड थी, जैसे सीमेंट की होती है, बिकॉज हमने जो हमारी लैंड थी वो लीज पर दे रखी थी. उसमें इतना केमिकल पेस्टिसाइड पड़ चुका था कि वो बिल्कुल सीमेंटेड हो गई थी. उसमें जो पानी ग्राउंड लेवल जो वाटर है हमारा, वो टेस्ट वाइज अच्छा नहीं था. आज के टाइम हमारे खेत में पानी नहीं खड़ा होता, सॉइल वाटर को रिटेन कर, मतलब वाटर रिटेंशन बढ़ गई है सॉइल की, और ग्राउंड लेवल जो हमारा खेत का पानी है वो पीने लायक बहुत मतलब अच्छा हो गया कंपैरेटिवली. तो ये मोरिंगा की वजह से हुआ है. हम गांव में रहकर बहुत अच्छी लाइफ जी रहे हैं. साथ में जो हमारे कस्टमर्स हैं जिन तक हम मोरिंगा पहुंचा पा रहे हैं हमारी वेबसाइट के थ्रू, उनकी हेल्थ ठीक कर रहे हैं। मोरिंगा से बीमारियां ठीक हो रही हैं। आप मोरिंगा सुन के ये ना सोचिएगा कि जो बाज़ार में मोरिंगा अभी अवेलेबल है इंडिया में वो मोरिंगा है, वो मोरिंगा नहीं है। अगर आप प्योर मोरिंगा खा लेंगे तो विद इन ए वीक आपकी बॉडी खुद को सेल्फ हील करने शुरू कर देगी, आपकी बॉडी आपको थैंक यू कहेगी। इसी वजह से मोरिंगा को मिरेकल ट्री कहा गया है। ये असली में ही मिरेकल करता है। अर्थराइटिस, सर्वाइकल, माइग्रेन, बोन पेन, मसल पेन, हाई बीपी, शुगर, थायराइड, अल्सरेटिव कोलाइटिस, बहुत सारी बीमारियों में विद इन 7 डेज रिजल्ट आएंगे। कहीं पे भी मोरिंगा अवेलेबल है, मोरिंगा ओलिफेरा, जिसकी पत्ती जो लीफ है वो बिटर ना हो, अगर वो आप अपनी थाली में ऐड कर लेंगे तो आपको इस तरह के रिजल्ट मिलेंगे कि आप हैरान हो जाएंगी। तो इसी वजह से हमारी मिट्टी से लेके जो प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट है 19 लाख की एक फार्मर ने अपने खेत में लगा रखी है, जिसमें हम मोरिंगा की पत्तियों को वॉश करके विद इन 8 to 10 आवर्स क्रंची ड्राई कर लेते हैं। उसके सारे न्यूट्रिएंट्स उसमें इंटैक्ट होते हैं। जब वो मोरिंगा पाउडर एक बार हमारे कस्टमर्स के पास पहुंचता है तो हमारे पास अभी 80% रिपीट कस्टमर्स हैं। विदाउट एनी एडवर्टाइजमेंट हम अपना पूरा स्टॉक सेल कर पा रहे हैं विदाउट एनी एडवर्टाइजमेंट। तो मोरिंगा में बहुत पोटेंशियल है और मैं थैंकफुल हूँ अपने हस्बैंड की, उन्होंने दिल्ली छोड़ के, TCS छोड़ के और वो गांव गए और हम दोनों अभी अपनी एज को रिवर्स कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि मोरिंगा में एंटी एजिंग भी है। तो ये हमारा छोटा सा ब्रांड है, आप गूगल कर सकते हैं, हस्बैंड वाइफ फार्म। आप जितेंद्र मान मोरिंगा गूगल करेंगे तो उनकी जर्नी आ जाएगी, और सरला मान गूगल करेंगे तो आपको मोरिंगा के बारे में बहुत सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन इंस्टाग्राम, फेसबुक, यूट्यूब पर आ जाएगी। तो एज ए फार्मर बहुत बहुत थैंक यू मुझे ये प्लेटफॉर्म देने के लिए। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, yes, please.
Sorry.
No, it's great. It's great.
I want to get the last word. You know, what you said was very relevant, that, you know, the farmers have got much better price. But, I mean, ultimately, this is again personal view. Ultimately, we should go towards a stage where healthy food should be cheaper than unhealthy food. Because as long as unhealthy food is cheaper than healthy food, it is very natural that a person will prefer the unhealthy food. So this is also something which is just food for thought.
I don't think it's a function of scale. Sugar is 21 rupees a kilo. Maida is like that. Similar. Whole wheat costs more. Millets cost more. I'm just saying like that.
Yes, it shouldn't be. No?
I know, but it'll come with scale.
Yeah.
Chicken and egg.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's not a problem. Not a problem. Yeah, but I think that's an interesting observation. But also, just interestingly, just again a food for thought is what is the cheapest food in America to eat? Is an unhealthy burger.
Unhealthy. That's why obesity is.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. So and I think that Meghna has got a point, which is, and I always had this problem, which is like the no smoking sign, we had a no maida sign. Right? Unfortunately, it's one of the cheapest ingredients. The ingredient, in my bill of materials that I remember, another cheap ingredient, like she said, sugar, right? And so the more we take away, and which is what all the brands on this table is trying to do, the more it gets more and more expensive, and then it gets into a vicious cycle. Over to Jashid. He's gonna give us a little bit of a view in terms of the world of mushrooms. A little fun fact from me to you, at least, is interestingly both our parents worked well and know each other. So keep the Kerala flag riding high.
Thanks for the introduction, Prashant. Hi everybody. My name is Jashid, and before I get into what I do, I just want to ask a question. How many of you sitting here can name 5 species of mushrooms? Just 5. 1, 2. 2 people, right? There are over 20,000 species of mushrooms. There's over 5 million species of fungi, 8 times the number of plants, and all of us educated people in this room, we can't even name 5. And that's where we come in. So my name is Jashid. I'm one of the co-founders of the brand Nuvedo. Nuvedo is inspired by New Ved. Mushrooms have been around for 1 billion years. We are just giving them a new spin. It's inspired by the Sanskrit word Naivedyam, which is offering to the gods. And what we do differently is we, as a brand, we bring 3 things that were not there in the mushroom space, which is trust, transparency, and high quality. Because when I say mushrooms, you're either thinking of button mushrooms or something dirty and damp growing in some park somewhere, or something somebody ate and maybe died somewhere, or maybe some of you may be thinking of magic mushrooms. But I'm just here to tell you that there's a whole world out there that you're missing out on. And as a brand, what we're trying to do is we're trying to meet you where you are in your journey with mushrooms. If you want to grow mushrooms at home, grow organic mushrooms at home, or if you just want to cook with dry mushrooms, or if you don't want to do any of this and you just want the benefits, we give you mushroom-infused food and beverages, even extracts. And that's in a nutshell what we do. And also what makes mushrooms really special is you can grow a lot of moringa, we can grow a lot of millets, we can grow a lot of makhana, and we can use all the waste that comes after processing, after growing, we can turn all of that into mushrooms. Currently, India is only using 1.5% of the agri-waste generated to grow mushrooms. And I feel like we can be the global leader in mushrooms if we put our heads together and sort of promote it the right way. And that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So what I'll just do is I'll just, we have some questions, but I also want to definitely leave some time for any questions that may come in from the audience as well. So I'll just quickly run, a question each to each of our panel members. In the meantime, if I can request you to keep your questions ready, please keep it as short. And I love what the gentleman in the first panel, unsuccessfully though, was keep the question shorter than the answer should be. Yeah. So Meghna, sorry? It didn't happen. That's why I said unsuccessfully. So I'm going to aim at that first. So hopefully I will, prove by practice. So Meghna, mainstreaming millets. Just give us a little bit sense, more from affordability, more from how does this, I think we're on a great journey. Yeah. 10 years ago, people thought you were an idiot, I was an idiot. Hopefully now people say, okay, you may not be idiots, but how do we mainstream millets? Where from? Where do we go from here?
So I think mainstreaming anything, right? Millets is one thing. Mushrooms, moringa, all of them actually will follow the same path, which is, it's got to be tasty. That was the first question I asked Sarla when I met her. I was like, moringa powder, the one I have tasted, is always not great. So you're going to have to fix for that. And obviously the stuff she grows is very good. So she's saying, you eat mine, it's really yummy. And I'm going to try it, right? But I think the first thing is taste. When we did our first set of products, people tried it and, for polite. And I used to tell everybody, hey, listen, this is my Provident Fund money. You please tell me what you really think. Finally, we went to a preschool, which had children of the age sort of 4 and 5-year-olds. And they are the ones that actually the first few cookies we launched were the ones those children picked on that day. There was 100 kids who picked. So getting taste right is really important because otherwise you'll sell a product to the mother once and never again. The kid has to eat it. It has to be easy and convenient. For us, this thing was that the form factor cannot be too wildly different to what a mum is used to today. So whether it is we know how to make dosas in this country. So for us, even the switch to pancake was not it was the same tawa. It required the same sort of combination of ingredients that got you to the outcome. And then your kid ate it. So a mother of, consumer of mine reached out saying, the early days, she's like, packet se pet tak under 10 minutes. And I was like, that was enough to keep me running for the next sort of few years. So I think the second is convenience. I think price will get there. Right now, I'd say our products are between 20 to 30% more expensive than the maida alternative. But I always say, pay us now and then don't pay the doctor. So pick me. But I do think over time, with scale, we will be able to actually reduce prices to really be able to compete. But there's a journey of a company to about 500 odd crores, and you have to be at a bit of a premium in order to be able to survive.
Thank you. Thank you. So Manish, if I can, I think Sir did touch about the price. But as we've seen Makhana and this journey of Makhana grow through, right? Do you have thoughts in terms of how the value chain can be really looked at? Is there any redesigning that's really required? Where the farmer, the primary processor, views in terms of that and your thoughts?
Yes, so again, continue Makhana story from Mr. Punhani's comment last time. So you are absolutely right that, price if goes down, then only the actual superfood advantage will actually reach to down the line to consumer. So as I said that 10 years back, Makhana price was 200 rupees. Farmers used to get now 1,000 rupees. But at the same time, if you see that, the problem is that because this is water-intensive farming, we need, for example, just to give you idea, 1 acre of, wetland can produce hardly 400 kgs of makhana, or maybe maximum 500 kgs of makhana. So we know that how much, land and, waterlogged land we need that. So yes, government, because this is obviously not from any private sector or any, sector which is MNC or something. So government, they have, just announced last year formation of Makhana board. So Makhana board, earlier, Makhana may be a center point for Bihar government, but with the formation of Makhana board, central government is coming to picture, ministry coming to picture, and that is not only limited to Bihar. So now this will go all across eastern part of India, right from Manipur, Tripura to Bihar, of course, Jharkhand, and even today also West Bengal and some part of Chhattisgarh growing makhana. Even I can tell you makhana can be grown in Kerala also or in Kashmir also, but the fact is that you need that much of land, that too waterlogged land. So demand has grown 100 times and land increases maybe 10 times. So 1:10 ratio is still there. So as long as we say that, this is, I would not say premature explode, but yes, makhana after COVID second wave, when doctor prescribed, zinc supplements, so makhana has a natural zinc, and people earlier used to be, eat like fasting or something, but now they take this as a everyday meal as a healthy product. So coming back to the value chain, concerning farmers and the primary processors, yes, machines are not yet successful in, popping makhana as of now, though machines are there. But if I say that manual labor is cheaper than machine, so this is a correct statement. So invention is yet to happen in big way in mass, production. But as of now, since labor are cheap in Bihar, so we need to protect their interest also. Same time, farmers, they are increasing their land from pond-based to field-based. Like, they make a bund of maybe a certain area and they hold water throughout February to June, July before monsoon. So pre-monsoon is very important for this kind of crop. And as and when we increase the area, production would increase. Also the machines are getting designed to harvest more and more makhana out of pond and wetland. So that, and as of now is almost 30% still makhana, could not be harvested because of non-availability of machines and all. So we hope that in next 2 to 3 years time, makhana price to consumer may come down to 500 or 600. And also this is going to increase the area. So in terms of farmers, so as of now, if I talk about staple crop like, paddy and wheat, compared to makhana, makhana is 10 times more profitable compared to, dhan and gehu. So this is current situation, but that may not be all the time. Still, that would be profitable. So you just need to maintain water. And for water maintenance, yes, what we call it pre-monsoon is required. But at the same time, people use, the boring water to maintain the water level, which is, you need 2 to 3 feet of water, even through peak summer. So farmers, because even Bihar government is giving incentive to farmers around 75,000 rupees per hectare. But at the same time, primary processors, they are the key stakeholders in this, because without converting from black seed to white makhana. Makhana is not called makhana. This is a gorgon nut. So we believe and feel that, formation of FPOs, market linkage, because they are the people, the big buyers would like to deal with them. So cutting down the intermediates and all. So I believe that, direct market linkage would also help them, and making more and more value-added products out of second grade or maybe waste of makhana. Thanks.
Thank you, Manish. Quickly moving, ma'am, Moringa, you had also given us inka story, you had given that whole thing. Do you see this mainly remaining supplement jaise, ya food mein bhi aayenge, like how we are seeing Makana mein, sir is also looking at, doing extrusion, biscuits. Moringa, any thoughts, madam?
जी प्रशांत जी, मोरिंगा सिर्फ न्यूट्रिशन रिच नहीं है, वो एक ऐसा फूड है जो आपकी बॉडी को बीमारियों से बचाता है और क्योर करता है। तो ये बड़ा स्पेक्ट्रम है। मोरिंगा में इकलौता मोरिंगा इस तरह का पेड़ है, और मोरिंगा के पेड़ में भी जो उसकी लीफ है, सबसे ज़्यादा न्यूट्रिशनल पार्ट सबसे ज़्यादा न्यूट्रिशन लीफ में ही है, और सबसे ज़्यादा सेफ लीफ ही है। लीफ आप पूरी उम्र खा सकते हैं, छोटे बच्चे को भी आप खिला सकते हैं। तो 92 टाइप के न्यूट्रिएंट्स, अमीनो एसिड्स, एसेंशियल, नॉन एसेंशियल, मोरिंगा इज सुपर एल्कलाइन। अगर आप मोरिंगा खा रहे हैं तो आपकी बॉडी यूरिक एसिड को फ्लश आउट कर देगी, इन्फ्लेमेशन आपकी बॉडी में नहीं आएगी, बिकॉज मोरिंगा एंटी इन्फ्लेमेटरी भी है। मोरिंगा एंटी कैंसर प्रॉपर्टीज़ रखता है, मोरिंगा एंटी एजिंग प्रॉपर्टीज़ रखता है। तो मोरिंगा में सब कुछ है जो हमें डेली हमारी बॉडी को रिक्वायरमेंट है। अगर आपकी बॉडी में मोरिंगा है, आपकी बॉडी मालन्यूट्रिशन में नहीं आएगी। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हर घर में छोटे छोटे बच्चों को, हम तो 2018 से काम कर रहे हैं, छोटे छोटे बच्चों को शुगर, कैंसर, इस तरह की बीमारियां आ रही हैं। हमारी फूड चेन में केमिकल इतनी बुरी तरह से इंट्रोड्यूस हो चुका है कि वो अभी सतह पे आ गई हैं बीमारियां। जो ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन स्टार्ट हुआ था, उसके रिजल्ट अभी देखने को मिल रहे हैं हमें। छोटे छोटे बच्चों को इस तरह की बीमारियां हैं। तो अगर आप इस तरह का खाना, मोरिंगा आपका खाना है, जो मोरिंगा की वैरायटी, मोरिंगा ओलिफेरा की वैरायटी जो हमने लगाई है, उसके पत्ते कड़वे नहीं हैं। आप उसके पाउडर को कर्ड में डाल के आप डेली यूज़ कर सकते हैं। किसी भी स्मूदी में आप मोरिंगा डाल के खा सकते हैं। आप कच्चे पत्ते खा सकते हैं, मेथी की तरह उसको यूज़ कर सकते हैं। आप उसको ड्राई करके किसी भी मौसम में आप उसको अगर अपनी डाइट में शामिल कर लेंगे, तो सिर्फ ये न्यूट्रिशन नहीं है, ये आपकी बॉडी को इस तरह से हील करेगा कि आप असली में ही मिरेकल करेगा। तो आप खुद ही अचंभित हो जाएंगे कि ये प्लांट का पत्ता ही तो है, किस तरह का ये आपको रिजल्ट दे रहा है। तो इसका पोटेंशियल बहुत ज़्यादा है। अगर हर घर में, इंडिया में एटलीस्ट हर घर में मोरिंगा होगा, तो वो जो फिट इंडिया जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी कहते हैं कि हमें फिट इंडिया और बढ़ना है, तो मोरिंगा उसमें बहुत बड़ा पार्ट प्ले करेगा। ना ही हमारा हस्बैंड वाइफ फार्म का, हमारे जितेंद्र जी का और मेरा ये सपना है कि हम एक दिन हर घर में, इवन लेबर भी अगर घर से निकल रहा है, सुबह लेबर के काम पे जा रहा है, तो वो मोरिंगा की 2 टैबलेट या मोरिंगा का पाउडर, या उसके घर में अगर मोरिंगा का पेड़ है, वो अपनी डाइट में खाएगा, उसकी बॉडी पेन नहीं करेगी, वो कितना ही फिजिकल वर्क करे। तो मोरिंगा का तो बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है, जहाँ तक हमने अभी तक देखा है। नहीं तो ये हमें नहीं लगता एक फार्मर के लिए छोटी चीज़ है कि आप 4 एकड़ में मोरिंगा कर रहे हैं, आप गांव में ही हैं, आप एडवर्टाइजमेंट नहीं कर रहे। आपका मोरिंगा इस तरह का रिजल्ट ला रहा है कि उसकी 80% रिपीट कस्टमर है हमारे, वो इसी वजह से क्योंकि उनकी बॉडी का पेन ठीक हो रहा है, उनकी बीमारियाँ ठीक हो रही हैं। इस तरह के एग्जाम्पल हमारे पास अगर मैं बताने लग जाऊँ तो बहुत लंबी लिस्ट हो जाएगी वो। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब यही है कि मोरिंगा सिर्फ न्यूट्रिशन के हिसाब से आप मत देखिए उसको, आप अपनी थाली का पार्ट अगर हम बना पाएँ तो वो असली में ही एक अलग तरह की जनरेशन रेडी होगी उससे, बिल्कुल फिट।
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Jasha, just moving quickly to you, right? You talked about, I think, the miracles of mushroom, if I will, right? So, I mean, how are you looking at this from a response of, future, either our food safety, protein? How are you seeing that from an India perspective? Right? And do you see a role of mushrooms in there?
Right. So when we speak about our health, it's also important to understand that we are not separate from the environment. So talking about the health of the environment, you can say that mushrooms are one of the most sustainable crops that you can grow out there, which is not just good for you, but is good for the planet. They consume less than 90% of water used by traditional crops. To grow 1 kilogram of mushrooms, you just need around 25 liters, which is much lesser than, let's say, around 300 liters to grow a kilo of vegetables. And apart from just water, from a small space of, let's say, 600 square feet, you can grow 1 ton of mushrooms in a span of 3 weeks. It's super fast, super aggressive. You can grow them all year round. Like all of the folks sitting here talking about how land is being polluted and there's no access to, clean growing spaces or organic soil, and how climate is changing. Now we have the coldest winter in, the last 10 years in Delhi. And every year you find something is changing, which is making traditional agriculture really difficult. So if you look at it from a climate resilience perspective, mushrooms can be grown indoors using waste streams from other industries all year round. So I feel like from the health of the planet, it's one of the best things that we can do. And what makes it even more special is the fact that it's completely circular. You're using waste to grow mushrooms, and the waste that you get after you grow mushrooms, you can actually compost it. You can turn that into vermicompost and use it back in the same soil, where you reduce the dependency on chemical fertilizers. Now coming to human health. I want to bust a myth here. When I say mushrooms, most of the people here believe that they're a really good protein source. I'm very sorry to disappoint you guys. But mushrooms actually don't have that much protein. From a fresh mushroom perspective, if you have 100 grams of fresh mushrooms, you're only getting 3 grams of protein. But what makes that protein amazing is the fact that you get all the essential amino acids. And the true, redeeming factor for mushrooms in terms of nutrition is the fact that it has almost 5 times the amount of fiber compared to an average vegetable. 5 times, right? It's not 20% more, it's not 100% more. It's 5 times the fiber compared to a traditional vegetable. So when we are sick, when we have cardiovascular disease or diabetes, and when the doctor is asking you to increase fiber in your food, we most likely go and buy a vegetable or a fruit. But what we fail to see is that mushrooms are actually the highest fiber-containing food in nature. But let's forget all of these things. Let's look beyond nutrition. Right now, I think the 5 biggest threats to longevity in India are diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, stress, gut dysbiosis. What if I told you that mushrooms contain hundreds of novel bioactive compounds which can literally prevent all of these from happening? And I'm not making this up. Why are more people not aware of this? It's because 90% of all the research that happened in the space of mushrooms has happened in the last 10 to 15 years. We have not had that much time for it to percolate into, let's say, mainstream curriculum. But does that mean that we wait another 50 years before everybody agrees that mushrooms are good for us? So, bottom line is, mushrooms are not just for nutrition. They're here to prevent lifestyle disorders, increase our longevity, and increase our quality of life, not just for us, but for the planet also.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes.
Sir, you carry on. No. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, quickly, thanks, Jashid. And quickly, if you can, just in the paucity of time, opening the floor, like I said, if you could just quickly have a question, and if it can be directed to whichever is the panel member that you would like to ask a question. Unless we have completely blindfounded you guys and no questions.
The short part.
Yes, please.
No, you mentioned about the answers to be short.
I think the questions to be short.
Questions shorter than the answers.
Can somebody hand over the mic to the gentleman there? The blue jacket.
Hi, good evening. Actually, I had a question for Punhani sir, but he left. I'm sorry. So the question was, I was just going through the Pepsi Fanta in India, and when compared to Pepsi Fanta in Europe, actually, there's a vast difference in the number of sodium additives and everything. So why are like human lives more precious in Europe than in India? That we have this junk. Obviously, Fanta is overall a junk, but that's a much better junk when compared to the same product from the same company. So why is it allowed? I just wanted to ask him, but I don't know if somebody can answer. Why is it allowed that in India things are always compromised? Even Lay's, the Unilever sir has also left. So this Unilever also has got products of the same thing. They have launched much better with products with better ingredients in US, as far as I know, but in India they have compromised. So is it only the pricing factor, or what is the basis for this?
Unfortunately, he has left. I don't know, which is but it's a great question, and yeah.
Yeah, all of us sitting here, if you buy any of our products anywhere in the world, you get the same thing.
But I think it's a great question. It actually is a highly debated topic. I don't want to name other brands who may not be going to it. See, price is one part and plays a large part, but it's also that entire piece of awareness, right? During lunch, there was also a discussion about a low sugar variant of a particular large brand that was out there, right? The company has an intent to try and push it in or make it available. However, the entire ecosystem, be it retailer, be it sales, be it distributors, are saying, no, mere ko purana wala hi do, right? So there is also that particular piece. My belief is, people like you have to keep raising that. And I think we've seen a lot of posts and a lot of conversation. I think you have to start this conversation. The way the simplest way I can also tell you, and I explain this to a lot of people, the Statue of Liberty was given to the US for their anniversary, right? Not their first, not their. We just are barely a 50+ year old, right, free country, right? So it takes that time. You're comparing also, a small child to a very matured child, right? Hence, we're called a developing country. What we have to do is, can we accelerate our journey towards those paths? And I think we have to continue these conversations. Sir, if I can move to you, please.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Harsev. My question is to Mrs. Sarla, madam. I just wanted to check up whether this moringa can be grown in the kitchen garden. And if yes, then from where the seeds of good variety moringa are available, or is it a sapling or it's a seeds?
जी, मोरिंगा की यही खूबसूरती है कि मोरिंगा कम पानी में भी सर्वाइव कर जाता है, और किचन गार्डन में आप एक फैमिली के हिसाब से 15 आप पेड़ लगाइए, क्योंकि उसके जो लीफ है वो आपको ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी में यूज़ करने हैं. आप मई जून में जब हवा में नमी नहीं होती, उस टाइम आप अपने घर पर बहुत बढ़िया क्वालिटी का पाउडर बना सकते हैं. सीड्स आपको मोरिंगा ऑयलीफेरा के लेने हैं, और PKM 1 और 2 की वैरायटी नहीं लेनी है. इसको छोड़कर आप ODC की वैरायटी यूज़ कर सकते हैं. उस पे पोड्स भी आएंगे, लीफ भी उसके बिटर नहीं होंगे, और उस पे फूल भी आएंगे. तो आप उसको मल्टीपल यूज़ कर सकते हैं. लीफ तो कर ही सकते हैं, उसके फ्लावर्स और पॉट्स भी कर सकते हैं किचन गार्डन में. पर एक फैमिली के ऊपर आपको अगर अच्छे से आप यूज़ करना चाहते हैं मोरिंगा को, तो 10-15 पेड़ आप लगा सकते हैं एक बड़े से. यू कैन यूज़ अ बिग कंटेनर फॉर दिस बिकॉज इट्स अ ट्री.
From where we can get the seeds?
You can get seeds in after April from our website also, or otherwise from South India. If we are providing seeds for our customers, so this is moringa is summer loving plant, so it's not the right time to sow. अप्रैल के बाद इसका टाइम आ जाता है. आप नॉर्थ में अप्रैल के बाद लगाइएगा, तो उस टाइम जो हमारी वेबसाइट है husbandwifefarm.com, वहाँ पे आपको हमारे ही खेत के सीड्स हम प्रोवाइड कराते हैं. तो अभी हमने आउट ऑफ स्टॉक कर रखा है, बिकॉज सबको पता नहीं होता इसकी सही टाइमिंग, तो ऑर्डर प्लेस करते रहते हैं. तो इस वजह से अभी तो आपको सीड्स नहीं मिलेंगे, बट अप्रैल के बाद जैसे ही गर्मियाँ शुरू हो जाती हैं, तो बढ़िया क्वालिटी का हमारे खेत वाला ही सीड आपको वेबसाइट पे अवेलेबल हो जाएगा. अदरवाइज साउथ इंडिया में भी बहुत से हैं, बट ट्रस्टेड सोर्स से लीजिएगा. और ODC की वैरायटी हमें सही लगी घर के लिए.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very, very sorry, but we are run out of time. But the panelists would be around if you want to ask any of them any questions. But hopefully this session also gave you light and also gave you some form of encouragement into, I think, new spaces. Remember the 4 M's if you can, right? I don't know if you can remember the gazillion amount of mushrooms, but I think remembering 4 M's is definitely easier. And hopefully one of you guys will bring out the 5th M. So with that and without much further ado, and thank you so much to my panelists for bearing the brunt of whatever the little whip I could pull off. But thank you so much for the time. Thank you for sharing your pearls of wisdom.
Thank you, Prashant.
Thanks, Prashant.
Give us a moment, please. So I think we are talking of traversing through these 4 M's, and on the days we have a panel of some marvels of erudition, intellectual brilliance, or passion that has sung stories of such success that rather exemplifies such courage, vision, and leadership. And let us not fail, ladies and gentlemen, in giving the loudest round of applause the day might have witnessed. Thank you so much for this truly inspiring and enlightening session, and requesting you, sir, to kindly do the honors of now felicitating the distinguished panel. Felicitating Mr. Manish Anand, felicitating Mr. Jashid Hamid, felicitating Ms. Meghna Narayan, felicitating Ms. Sarla Man. Let that flow in, let that flow in. And Meghna ma'am, if I can request you to kindly do the honors of presenting a token to the distinguished moderator for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Prashant Parmeshwaran, with his truly witty, energetic, and articulate manner, he's made this so much more engaging and enriching. Thank you so much to all of you. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, a photo op here culminates the session, and with that, as we now draw curtains to the National Food Processing Conclave, we thank you all for your gracious presence and active participation throughout the day. Remember, as they say, the best way to predict the future is to create one. You all are persona of power, a persona of voice. So keep laboring and toiling to create tomorrow a safer and a healthier space. Thank you very much. We now welcome you for high tea that awaits you all right outside.